Very good evening. Your Thursday throws continue here at the MODUS Super Series, where tonight we'll be bringing you 10 fantastic matches from Group B as we head closer towards deciding our final field of 6. Well, earlier on this afternoon, we saw the beginning of Group C, and this was exactly what happened. Kai Feng Lung had his troubles at times, but he took out this 1-2-2 finish against Carl Hamilton. He finished his opening day's play with 2 points on the board. As for Silverback, he started well, just tailed off towards the end of the session, just a solitary win from his 5 matches. As for Carl Hamilton, he nearly treated us to a 9-dart finish, but in terms of performance, he picked up 2 wins and is in the mix going into tomorrow's play. A 3-2 day usually represents a bit of a mixed bag, and that's very true in the case of Ryan de Vrede on his opening day efforts in Group C. Franz was on fire at the early parts of day 1. Roach was on the rush, and he won 4 out of 5. But it is Kevin who paints the picture at the top of the table. 8 points plus 11 on legs difference. He is the favourite to make it through to Saturday's final. So that is what we saw this afternoon. Chris Mason was watching the action alongside myself in the commentary box. It's fair to say we saw a little bit of a cagey group at times. Players maybe just settled in as the day went on at times. Yeah,
it was a bit of a mixed bag, and then right out of absolutely nowhere, we nearly had a 9-darter, and we had some great finishes and some great time finishes. The one from Ryan to win the match with Painter waiting on 40, and then on the other end of the stick, he was waiting on 32 when Franz took the 1-5-1 out. But yeah, it was quite an edgy day. I think people realised that, well, the players certainly realised how important it was to make a good start, and the top 3 certainly did that.
Indeed, they did. That's the table on your screen now. Kevin Painter leading the way, 4 wins from his 5 matches, and despite playing through the pain barrier, he is finding some form when he needs to.
Yeah, he played some good stuff. I think he's steadily got better and better, and showing a bit of longevity in terms of spells of form, where that's what he just couldn't quite get right across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And the fact, of course, Landman was just unplayable at times.
As for Tony O'Shea, 2 points to his name. Would you feel like in a couple of those early matches he should have made more hay?
Yeah, absolutely. There was plenty of opportunities there, and he played okay in bits, and then missed a few doubles, and he allowed Kai Fan Lung back into that match. And really, O'Shea should be on at least 4 points. At least 4, you'd say. What
was your assessment of Franz Roach on day 1?
Yeah, well, he was my prediction this morning. I thought he'd go well today. Just towards the back end of yesterday, he looked a lot better. And listen, he showed us his ceiling, and his ceiling is high. Again, no B game, but if he managed to find somewhere close to his A game, I thought he was going to be dangerous.
Well, this is how the day went numerically in Group C. It was slightly down on what we usually expect.
Yeah, nearly 10 points down from what we've seen across 3 days of Group A, and the Dublin 7% down, which is, of course, going to bring the overall average down. We did have the 10-darter, which was the highlight, and then, you know, there's a couple of really big finishes, the 1-5-6 and the 1-6-1 from Painter.
Indeed. Well, that was Group C. That's going to resume at 1 o'clock tomorrow here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, live with you on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m. But tonight is all about the beginning of Group B. It's going to be headlined by Cam Crabtree and Ian Conterman, who dropped their way down from Group A. And we're also looking forward to the return of Sean McDonald in this group. Yeah, it's been since June last year down in Southampton, the last time we've seen him. Be interesting to see what kind of form he finds tonight after a bit of time away. But we've seen enough from Cam Crabtree and Ian Conterman to see what kind of levels and form they're in right now, and they're the 2 to look out for, I think, this evening. As for Jack Hill, he's our ADC qualifier this week at the Super Series, and it's without any shadow of a doubt, these are the biggest games of darts he's ever going to play in his career. Yeah, not been playing seriously very long, probably 18 months, maybe 2 years-ish. And it's exciting. Always, like last week with Stephen Johnstone, you know, it's great to see these players getting an opportunity to experience it, and then you find out whether they fancy it or not, and then we never know when we see them may come back and watch their improvement and evolution as players. we may see another Adam Warner story. Well, this is what the bookmakers make of tonight's proceedings in Group B. Perhaps right putting Crabtree out as favourite?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen some big moments from him. For me, it's all about Conterman, I think. Mike Gillett, good player, usually starts a little bit sedately. I'd like him to just pick up the pace a little bit early, because when we've seen him down in Southampton and towards the back ends of sessions is when he plays his best starts. But yeah, I like Conterman for this.
At 10 to 3, remember 18+, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter. Let's have a look and see what Chris Mason thinks about tonight's proceedings, shall we? This is Aces Acker for tonight. Oh, that's an ambitious punt at 10 to 1, Mace.
Yeah, it's just trying to find a little bit of value. Like I say, in these kind of bets, you may be better off betting them individually and then having a small treble, because the value's there in the treble. 1.8 is over 2.5 between Gillett and Crabtree. I think that goes 6-7 legs. Hill against Gillett, most 1.8 is Gillett at 5 to 6. Conterman against Hill, Conterman minus 2.5 at 6 to 5. I mean, he may surprise us, but you can't ignore experience up on that big stage. And as we've seen some great players on debut with way more experience struggle on their first time up there. So yeah, I'm just basing it on that, really.
We'll see him in a little while. But first up, it's the two Greek favourites going toe-to-toe. Not a bad way to begin.
Yeah, and I think this will sort of almost set the tone. For them, it's a nice game to get out of the way, and they'll both know. They both played each other 3 times, of course, prior. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
We most certainly are. This man's going to race his way down to the culture box to describe all the action this evening here at the MODUS Super Series. And he's going to do it in the company of Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Evening, Henry. Good evening, everybody. And welcome along to another night of Arrows action at the Super Series. As the boys on the balcony were just saying, Cam Crabtree the favourite for this group, but he'll have his hands full with this man, no doubt. Mike Gillett, the Welshman, relocated many years ago to this part of the world where we're based here in Portsmouth, taking on a 19-year-old talent who not only hit a 9-dart finish on the PDC Challenge Series in 2022, but went one better in 2023. No, not an 8-dart finish. He won a Challenge Tour tournament, and he has been showing glimpses of the talent that took him to that title on his return to the Super Series. So we were all waiting with excited anticipation for Cam Crabtree's return, having seen him produce what he did in his very first match here. Justin Bradshaw, the referee for the night, calls game on for the first of 10 fixtures. It's Gillett against Crabtree. And a bit of a contrast, as you were just saying, Mace, with Henry on the balcony to this afternoon's group. I think there are probably 3 clear favourites to go through from this one.
Yeah. And this man's one of them. I mean, we could go as far as 4, but we don't quite know the form of Sean McDonald, and of course we 81. Also don't know how Jack Hill's going to go up there. He may turn up and do a Cam Crabtree. I hope so.
123.
Yeah, that would be something, and it's one of the real sort of lures of the Super Series, and one of the key features of it, that we don't just,
60.
feed off existing talent, often unearth talent as well, and we saw that through the ADC system, of course, a link that's been developed, but we saw that with Adam Warner, and look what he's doing now.
140.
Yeah, exactly. Went on to get a tour card and is qualified for Euro Tours. Yeah, I think that collaboration with the ADC, I mean, years ago it was so tough just to qualify for anything. So, pre-UK Open, where you get the Riley's qualifiers, of course. Oh, hello.
Game shot and the first leg. Cam Crabtree.
To the night, that is a 1-4-1 checkout and a 12-dart breaker throw.
Is Cam going to do
second leg
what he did?
Cam to throw first. Game on.
Last time he was here in an opening match.
I think he started a bit like that, didn't he? But yeah, the collaboration with the ADC is just giving players
44.
an early taste of what to expect if they have success. And we've seen with Cam, he's gone on to hit 9 darters and
96.
Success on the Dev Tour, Challenge Tour. I say we look at the feedback we get from the players more than anything.
45.
Listen, once they've played here, they can't wait to get back. No matter what their level, whether they're established pros like John Henderson and Martin Adams and Thornton, etc. Kevin Painter.
85.
Just gives them that taste. And Tony O'Shea, we've seen this afternoon, of course.
Yeah, plays at very different positions. Did have a good chat with Kevin earlier, and that will
85.
be airing over the weekend.
Yeah, fabulous interview. I was earwigging.
Yeah, and he was, I won't give too much away, but he was talking about the fact that this is where he's pitching his tent now, the
83.
Super Series and the World Seniors.
Yeah, well, before there was no openings, there was no avenues for us to go down. You pretty much either did a few exhibitions from time to time,
47.
or maybe went back to work.
But this event has got, plays at very different stages. We're talking about Kevin, who's sort of, I'm not sure if for him in particular, winding down is the right expression.
60.
But then you've got Cam Crabtree, 19 years of old, at the beginning of his career, on the Challenge Tour, doing great stuff, wanting to progress to the Pro Tour. And you've also got these players sort of overlapping. You mentioned John Henderson and Jelle Klaassen. Well, they're both playing in the Euro Tour event this weekend.
Exactly, and they're both looking back to get back onto the Pro Tour. But the beauty of this, of course, is we're gonna watch the evolution of Cam Crabtree.
137.
We don't know where the ceiling is with him. We certainly know he's got bags of ability, but in maybe next year he gets a talk up, maybe the year after. But we're gonna, wherever he's playing, we're still going to be watching the evolution, of course, because we both cover all aspects of dart. So I can't wait, and he's just one of many, of course.
And he's just tried to pile the pressure on here. Fabulous 140 setup shot to leave tops, and Gillett has missed 3 darts
40.
on the same number.
Game shot in the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Backed up the break, which was in 12 with a 19. And that was
Third
one
leg,
that
it's Mike to throw first.
maybe a little fortunate to win.
Talk about timing, though. The 141 in the first leg, and then the 140 set up in the second.
Yep.
60.
I know a lot of fans, players, pundits will sit and say, just play the board. But when you hit a shot like that to leave yourself on a double, you must think it makes them more likely to miss.
Absolutely, and that's why we see some players maybe go for a 180, and especially when it's a big key moment in the match, when they maybe could have gone for a 54 or an alternative treble, but they've hit the 180 just for that reaction.
140.
That was the reaction, because he thought that third dart was in. I assure you of that. We did have 8 perfect darts.
125.
Carl Hamilton in the final match of this afternoon. Missed double 12. What would have been the third 9-dart finish at the Live Lounge, and only the second player to hit one.
145.
The second 10-darter of the day.
Outstanding. Not quite sure, Mike Gillett,
83.
you what to expect from Cam Crabtree,
36.
but welcome to Cam's world.
18. Mike Uruguay, 112.
Well, despite that barrage of brilliance from Crabtree, I was about to say Gillett might steal the leg, but that ain't going to happen now. And that's unfortunate. I mean, you can look a little bit more, Mike, but it's not going to be in.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Not a badly thrown dart at all, just strayed
80.
east of the treble 20.
Cam Uruguay, 18.
Ooh, double 3.
Yeah, just resetting himself, making sure he throws at the right thing.
Game shot,
And he finds the right thing and finds himself 3-0 up after that double 3.
And it's a double breaker throw, Murph. 12, 19, and it was still only a 15-darter after
Fourth
all
leg
of
is
that.
Cam to throw first. Game on.
Average, sorry, pal. Average 98.02, 3 from 7 on the doubles.
Gillett just those 3 darts missed in the second leg after that
57.
140 setup from his opponent. Has done little wrong, really, in this game. Crabtree has just struck at the right times every time.
Yeah, 3 darts at tops in leg 2.
96.
That sort of allowed the tone to be set, because after getting away with that, Cam was absolutely flying in leg 3.
140.
Speaking of little, he does use those tiny kite-shaped flights, doesn't he, Mike? Get it a little like Kevin Painter's been using. I assure you he hasn't been watching Kevin and copying. He always uses those types of flights. Seems to be limping a little bit. Might get it.
100.
He's been beaten up by Cam Crabtree in this match, but not sure
physically.
that it needs that effect.
180.
And he might have a spring in his step after that.
$44. Mike, you require 140. $40.
Well, that will give
Cam, you require 160.
Cam a bit of hope.
When the first one went in, I think he was thinking what I was thinking, and I'm pretty certain Mike Gillett was thinking it as well, because
Mike,
he's done everything at the right time so far. Another, well, it's in tops.
Game shot
So's
on the
that.
4th leg. Mike Gillett.
Fabulous, fabulous finish from Gillett. Missed those 3 darts at double earlier on, made up for it by hitting 2 to take out a ton, and who knows?
5th leg is Mike
Games
to throw
can
first.
change.
Game on.
That is a break of throw. Gillett has the darts to cut this to 3-2, and suddenly the pressure could be being felt by the other player.
$46.
Well, that's instantly offered up a opportunity for Crabtree. That is
60.
one element of his game which is very good. Usually it's the scoring department, isn't it?
134.
Puts it right there. Yeah, always a very dangerous player, Mike Gillett.
Yeah.
Someone who sort of goes under the radar.
60.
Well, he's the type of guy you sort of play against and think you're dominating, and you blink, miss the odd double here and there, and the next thing you know, he's there or thereabouts.
140.
Starts with 46, and perfect example, 134, 140. Next thing you know, you go from thinking about winning the leg in the match to needing one of those just to get involved in the leg.
180.
Well, 3 in this match. That's about as many as we had this afternoon in total, Chris.
Certainly how it felt.
81.
But there was more 180s hit yesterday in the first 3 matches than the whole session today. Well, going up into the last match.
Yeah, that said, we did a fair few
Mike, you
big
require
finishes. Just one
100.
of those days. Well, he's at it again. Another 100 finish.
Game
No problem.
shot in the 5th leg.
Does he know how to miss
Mike
tops
Gillett.
after missing it in leg 2 with 3 darts? He's hit 3 tops in
6th
2
leg is
legs.
Cam to throw first. Game on.
Back to back 100 finishes.
60.
And that 1-4-1 dozen dart start, and the 9 dart attempt that ended after 5 perfect darts. Seems quite a long time ago suddenly.
81.
That's the point. I saw someone ask the question on Twitter yesterday. When do you start as a player thinking
91.
you're on a 9 darter? After the first 3, 4, 5?
I think when the second max goes in, or
140.
the combination of the 177 or
I guess sometimes it can just be you're throwing 1 max and the 4th dart is perfect.
when you're absolutely buzzing and in the form of
45.
your life, you fancy it in one all the time, but that's very much like when you speak to a snooker player and they're
45.
sort of thinking about the 9, 5, 6 shots in.
Well, let's not have this debate. 147, 9 darter,
121.
closer's phone.
Waits for abuse. Here he comes.
140.
Well, for what it's worth, I've always said that a 9 dart is much more difficult than a 147. Obviously, because you only need 3 darts to finish
60.
147.
Mike, you require
I thought you were
95.
serious then for a minute.
Right, to stay in it. This is getting serious, isn't it?
Sure is. That'd have been
79.
from
Cam, you require
3-0 down,
124.
15, 14 and 14. 14 now, and ball.
99.
Just flew past the ring,
Mike,
and
you
now
require
Gillett
16.
has the chance to tie up this game. Remember, he was 3-0 behind in it. If he hits this double, he will throw in the decider.
12.
Well, that's what went wrong at the start of
Cam,
the
you
match.
require 25.
So frustrating when you've worked so hard to get back in the match to just wire the double 4.
Well, that was wide as well.
9.
It landed low and stood up and maybe just blocked the route a little bit more. It got uncomfortable
Mike, you
for
require
Cam, and it's
4.
going to get even more uncomfortable if Gillett can put things right.
Game shot and the 6th leg. Mike Gillett.
Longest leg of the match, but without doubt, Murph, the most important. Apart from this one.
7th and final
What a
leg. It's Mike to
turnaround.
throw first. Game
But
on.
it was one-way traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. He missed 3 darts, didn't he, in the second leg? Punished by Crabtree, who then went 3-0 up after a fabulous third. But then 2
81.
100 finishes in a row, and then finally falling over the line on double 1 means that Mike is actually favourite now to win this match.
And he's dropped from being 3-0 up.
100.
He's dropped 10 points off his average.
$39.
Well, tell us something about Cam Crabtree, the way he performs in this leg, and if he loses this leg, the way he performs for the rest of the night.
140.
I think that's what impressed me the most about Kevin Painter this afternoon. He had a real knockout blow against Ryan DeVreda, who took out
96.
156 in a decider. Kevin was sat on tops, and he just came back. I think he won his next game 4-0, and then won his final one as well.
And he won that match straight after, impressively.
100.
He played some really good stuff today, KP.
Took out a 161 finish. That's what Cam Crabtree's left. Gillett's going to need to find a couple of trebles. There's one of them.
125.
Pressure on.
Cam, you require 161.
Thought we were going to get the tyres line there from Mace when that first treble
Mike,
went
you require
in.
160. $80.
Oh, to
Cam,
wrap
you
it
require
up,
24.
the 13 darter. After a bit of a scare.
Game.
And that's
shot,
exactly what he does.
And the match. Cam
But it could have been
Crabtree.
quicker. It could have been easier for Cam Crabtree. But Mike Gillett forced his way back into that match from 3-0 behind. Crabtree, though, getting over the line, landing double 12 for 14 dart leg in the end. An average of 91.42. And he wins the opening match of our 10 tonight. Good stuff. Started with that 141 checkout. Gillett had 2 100 finishers, but 2 points go the way of Cam Crabtree. And in game 2, it's the return of Sean McDonald against the Dutchman, Arjen Konteman.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a start that was. Cam Crabtree getting the better of Mike Gillett by 4 legs to 3. Crabtree coming out the gates well, but MG came back like a motor, but it was Crabtree who got the job done in the end. So that is the first match of the group done and dusted. Next up for us, it's a return to the Super Series of Sean McDonald against Ian Conterman with the 2 Chris's.
Thanks, Henry. And yeah, looking forward and pleased to see Sean McDonald back. Gave us plenty of entertainment down in Southampton. June it was the last time he played. He's in this year's WDF World Championships, already qualified. Does have a very good job, which limits the and a young family, of course, so he's fairly limited in terms of how much he can play. It's that conversation we've had before, Murph, that he still very much enjoys his darts, but it's very much a part-time hobby.
Yeah, not everyone has got the means or the desire to go and pursue a professional career. In fact, some players who have pursued professional careers wish that they'd
First
had a
leg
bit
is
more of a
Sean to
leisurely
throw
approach.
first. Game on.
Not just in darts, in any sport, and nobody should feel forced into the fact that they have to go and do that either.
I mean, we heard there was Martin Adams being a perfect example. He was very, very happy with what he was doing and where he was. Loved being the England
40.
captain and loved representing the
97.
WDF. I suppose they were always the governing body, of course.
McDonald has this kind of rather robotic style, doesn't he? Eyes pierced on the board. He'll take his time to deliver the darts, but each one with the same due care and attention.
58.
Yeah, he sights every dart, doesn't he? Like I say, he gives each and every dart absolutely everything. Contrasting
96.
styles, that's for sure here.
Yeah, I wonder how, we say it all the time, don't we, with slower players, but just wonder how it will affect one of the quickfire Dutchmen in Ian Conterman, who has had a few quickfire matches. 6 4-0s he had in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sort of come into that sort of time in
134.
early 30s where dart players tend to start to peak.
Just couldn't shift
90.
Landman, could he?
No.
Everything else was absolutely fine from Arian, but 3 defeats to Landman. The difference between
Lamman
him...
through the kitchen sink at
Yeah.
him.
Absolutely. By the way, I know it's apparently World Lookalike Day, and somebody did tweet in this afternoon saying Conterman De Bruyne. I'm not sure I'm having it. I'm not sure that if De Bruyne turned up
59.
looking exactly like Ian Conterman, that Pep Guardiola wouldn't send him home.
58.
Have you seen any good ones?
No, I was unaware it was.
Yeah, I think our Super Series social media tweeted it out. Do give us a follow at MSS Darts.
Yes, if you've got any questions, you can
83.
at MSS
Ariane
Darts
Uruguay,
and then just
160.
add in Murph's tag, which is
Yeah, Chris Murphy,
85.
180.
Sean Uruguay,
The usual darts
127.
mantle. This has become a bit of a folklore dart shot, hasn't it? The 127 in game.
Painter did produce that, didn't he?
Yeah, one of a plethora of big finishes from Kevin. Seemed to have the bit between his teeth.
59.
Yeah, I was
Ariane
very
Uruguay,
impressed with him and Franz
75.
today. Well, we both picked them out. They were both the
35.
2 players that we thought would do the business today,
Sean
and
Uruguay,
they duly
68.
obliged.
Yeah, and if I was going to pick one player to get through this group, I'd probably go for Conterman, based on what we saw in Group A. But McDonald has a chance here to take the first leg.
Yeah, we've got a couple of unknowns tonight in where this man is in terms of practice and preparation.
52.
And of course, the unknown quantity in the
Ariane Uruguay,
ADC
40.
qualifier.
20.
It's a
Sean, you require
lethargic start to
16.
this one. 42 darts thrown between them. 5 of those at double. 4 of them missed by Continent.
Game shot and the first leg. Sean McDonald.
Well, McDonald eventually holds throw, hitting the double 4.
Second leg is Ariane to throw first. Game on.
Just trying to get himself going there, just moving a little bit in the background.
Well,
80.
interestingly, he's effectively, when he did in the first leg, doing what I would advise, just having a stroll over to the drinks table, maybe step back and have a sip of water, or just preoccupy yourself with something apart from waiting and thinking.
41.
One thing that does concern me for Continent, and in contrast to what we saw from Kevin Painter today, really, was he lost out that match to Landman, didn't he, when they were
59.
fighting it out for top spot. He would have joined him on level points at this point of the final day. Landman took up the 129 when he was waiting on a finish 77, I think.
Yep,
But in the next 2 matches, he completely capitulated.
he did.
Took him some time to get over.
Yeah,
93.
Well, at that point, he knew his race was run, and he just never recovered, and that was a concern.
140.
But eventually, he found his shape.
Yeah, won his last match 4-1 after losing 4-0 and 4-1 following that.
81.
And it wasn't that, it was the level of performance was poor.
Yeah, he put in his worst performance of the week directly after that crushing blow against Landman.
140.
Remember when he was in Southampton, he came as part of a Dutch trio with Owen Roelofs and a certain Jan van Veen, who's gone on to achieve extraordinary
He's not
levels.
doing bad, is he?
Brilliant stuff. Saw something today saying he was the best performing Dutchman.
Yes, that's right, in terms of averages.
39.
Yeah, I've seen.
Sean, you
seen that
require
myself.
152.
I got sent it in an email from the media guys at the PDC. And he's going to have to burn a dart here. He missed
Ariane, you
the
require 43.
big 14 to leave top, so that leaves double 12.
31.
Bother here.
Sean, you require 12.
Yep, McDonald can be the Ariane assassin. Not far off. Adjustment now needed. A double 3, but that is not where he wanted to see that
No
dart land.
score.
A reprieve for
Ariane,
Continent.
you require 12. Game shot and the second leg. Ariane Continent.
And he does do what Sean couldn't.
That's just about right for me, because
Third leg, it's Sean to
burned
throw
a few
first.
opportunities,
Game
didn't
on.
he, in leg 1, and Sean picked his pocket, and he's just repaid the favour.
Unless
95.
it looks like that we are going to be doing that lookalike thing on social media tonight. So if you can't beat them, join them. Tweet in
100.
your best darting lookalikes to @MSS Darts. Tag me in at Chris Murphy 180 if you so wish. Luke Getty, who played here, of course, a few weeks ago, has been in touch to say that apparently he's been told a few times that him and Conan Whitehead are lookalikes.
Yeah.
38.
Series 1 champion, of course. I don't think that will wash when you go and try and withdraw the 20 grand, Luke.
100.
Yeah, I think you may have to take some ID into the bank.
We're drawing in on that time again, by the way. This is the penultimate week now for qualifying for the third Champions Week here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, Conan winning Series 1.
97.
Raymond Smith taking away the Dosh in Series 2. And what a lineup we have in Series 3.
125.
I personally think it's the strongest we've seen so far.
Yeah, some really big names.
In terms of strength and depth.
Yeah, but also just the sort of geographical side of it. We've got a German player, a Dutchman. We've got
It'd have to be in Series 1. There was a commentator in it. So.
98.
16-year-old, of course, in Luke Littler.
Wow, he was outstanding, wasn't he? Especially in that final.
94.
I think we learnt a lot about him, and I think he learnt a lot about himself that week.
Well, what a platform it is for players to get that experience, but not only get that experience, win a worthy title in the process.
And as I've said before, to play that often under the lights, you know, and years
119.
ago would have taken years.
Ariane require 82.
There wasn't this platform.
17 then, leaves tops to break.
62.
No leg has been sort of drama-free
Sean, you require
yet for either
54.
player.
No, each leg's involved missed starts at doubles. We're going to get our first clean kill.
Game shot and the third
We
leg.
don't, but
Sean
McDonald
McDonald.
does manage to get there a little quicker than in the previous couple of legs. We have had, as Mace just
Fourth leg
mentioned,
is Ariane to throw
3
first.
legs in which
Game
both
on.
players have missed starts at doubles, so this could be any scoreline from 3.
85. $66.
What
100.
can often happen is when a player is as quick as Consummate plays someone as measured as McDonald, you can end up actually throwing too quick yourself, almost trying to
100.
make up for the lack of pace.
$54.
Another lookalike in from a Super Series player, apparently Nathan Gervin, and another Man City player, actually, John Stones, has been suggested.
Not a football man, as you well know, Murph. With my absolute lack of
60.
total knowledge, so I'll have to take your word for it. Is
Yeah.
he English?
He is, yeah. Actually,
58.
born and bred Barnsley, I believe, which is exactly where our ADC qualifier, debutant in the Super Series coming next, is from Jack Hill. I have to say this, Mace. The last 2 weeks, we've had players nicknamed the Jack Hill. And then we get a player called
105.
Jack Hill. And he's not got that nickname.
Bizarre world of darts.
59. Sean, you require
Based on what we've seen in this game so
170.
far, it would be rather bizarre if this 170 was to be popped.
Would have been almost as, or equally as bizarre as the near 9 darter that came from absolutely
96.
nowhere.
Ariane, you require
I wasn't
145.
expecting that. Carl Hamilton almost producing perfection. Real magic moment. Or also
29.
close to one from him against Kevin Painter.
Sean, you require 74.
For once, Painter even wanted his opponent to win a leg.
Yeah, well, he was way back in that leg, wasn't he? He was back in the 300s, I think. So in those situations, you do sort of hope that
Game shot
the
and the
player
fourth leg.
pins it.
Sean McDonald.
as McDonald pins tops. That is the first time a leg has been won without
Fifth leg
the
is
other player
Sean to
having a
throw
dart at the
first.
double.
Game on.
Back-to-back 18 darters. That one a break. Has the darts to win it for 1. Certainly an unexpected result here.
Yeah, it certainly does
60.
maybe make us rethink what we might have thought before, because predictions were based on sort of unknowns, and one of them
95.
might be about to win 4-1, and the other one's in action next. McDonald himself does have a challenge to a title to his name. That was won in 2021.
140.
As Mace mentioned, he's qualified for the second time for the WDF World Championship. He was a bit disappointed at the first one because he
85.
went into it in some form and was beaten by Dave Parletti on that occasion at Lakeside.
Now that we are backing the booth together, are we doing a on this day in darts at some point this
I
evening?
can have a look. I do know one thing, pretty apt for the fact that the Premier League tonight is in Rotterdam.
58.
I know that it's Barney's birthday today. Raymond van Barneveld, a pioneer, isn't he, for Dutch darts?
40.
And you don't know how many Ian Contemans and Ryan de Vredes and Chris Landmans there would be if it wasn't for Barney.
Yep. Yeah, he made a absolutely huge impact.
134.
Well, McDonald might be about to wrap this one up.
140.
Only a 140 to leave 141, so he's probably going to feel like he's got 6 starts at this, but he's cleaned up quicker in the last leg. He might be after this.
We see nothing to suggest that Continent will take out the 141, but that's the beauty of our
93.
sport.
Ariane
These
require
kind of things
141.
can happen.
Not this time, though.
Well, they don't when you're a
109.
commentator and suggest it.
Sean, you require 16.
Well, Sean McDonald suggesting that he's going to be firmly in the mix in this group. 88. Defeat one of the favourites.
Game.
And he gets
shot,
there.
And the match.
A
Sean
thumping
McDonald.
4-1 win for Sean McDonald in a match that started slowly. One player stayed flat, the other one just started to raise their game. Certainly when it came to finishing. There you see, 1 out of 9 for Conterman. The big problem, he could have effectively been 3-0 up in the match, but he's lost it 4-1. And it's McDonald who picks up the points in match 2. Match 3 sees a debutant, the ADC qualifier, Jack Hill, make his MODUS Super Series bow, and he takes on Mike Gillett, who lost 4-3 in game 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Sean McDonald has got his campaign underway with a 4-1 success against Iron Continent, the man who was tipped as one of the fancied favourites to go on and progress their way through this group. Well, next up, it's Jack Hill. It's a debut for him in this competition. He takes on Mike Gillett, and this is going to be watched by the two Chris's.
Thank you very much, Henry. Enjoying the view on the balcony, as always. We are enjoying it from the commentary box. Barnsley boy Jack Hill, just 29 years of age, ADC qualifier. It could be a bit of a Roy of the Rovers story. Let's see how he gets on against a much more experienced Mike Gillett, who's been around the WDF scene for years, county scene, Super League, all that. Hill only played Super League for the first time last year and has only been playing ADC tournaments mainly.
Remarkable, isn't it? That's exactly what we were talking about in terms of opportunities. There is now plenty.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Oh,
85.
Doesn't look particularly nervous.
$134.
A huge difference in terms of experience, as you've already said, Murph. An international player, been playing
44.
for years and years. Jack the Radar Hill.
I asked him about that. I said, is there a story behind it? Unfortunately, no, there's not really. His mate gave him the nickname. It's fitting with darts, I guess, but that's about it, isn't it? Just throw quite centrally. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah.
But look, he said there wasn't really a story, and there's no story yet for him.
121.
We're on a bit of a blank canvas so far. It'll be interesting to see what he does. And we were talking earlier about the players being at different stages of their career.
60.
We've got a player here for whom this is his biggest match. And his next match might be the biggest one, and the one after that could be bigger than that.
Yeah, you can't come up with... Well, I'm trying to think of some scenarios of that before, but...
24.
It's so unique, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you get it maybe in sports like golf, where someone could come through some sort of amateur qualifier and ends up, you know, making the cut at the Masters
17.
or the Open or something like that. But
Mike, you require 122.
1-2-2 on offer. Now, didn't have to go this way. So doesn't have to go for the bull. But
Game
does.
shot and the first leg.
Just for
Mike
fun.
Gillett.
Welcome to Super Series Darts, Jack Hill. Even when they don't need to rub your nose in it, they will.
Well,
Second leg, it's
it was
Mike to throw
interesting 'cause
first.
He even
Game
had a look,
on.
didn't he? And I was expecting to see a treble 20 there for double 4, or maybe treble 12 for double 16, but maybe venting a
95.
little bit of frustration after losing his opening game 4-3.
I think, and again, I'm just sort of just supposition, but I think that he
85.
didn't check his opponent's score before the first start, went in the treble 18, thought, maybe I should sort of just check here, but I'll raise my bet again.
45.
And then he found himself all in and just went for it.
Yeah, could well be.
$47.
Justin Bradshaw, the referee, new addition to the Super Series, calling out the numbers. Very
85.
handy darts player himself.
Yep, he can play.
And he would have played Mike Gillett quite a lot in local events.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. No doubt. That one event at the Phoenix and
40.
singles leagues and super leagues. And no doubt just a bit of pub darts.
Yeah, it's a thriving area, isn't it? It's Portsmouth and the southeast, really
60.
good dart scene down here.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? Because we're going to take the Super Series production team on the road and we're going to film it. So if
60.
you are a local pub team in Portsmouth and you fancy taking us on, get in touch.
What's the team? You, Nicholson, Edgar Durant.
It's whoever's
there that week.
100.
Yeah, it's whoever's down that week. A bit of a mixed bag, let's put it that way.
44.
Yeah, we're going to do
Mike,
it as
you require
a feature every
116.
month, maybe 6 weeks.
We'll keep an eye on that. Jack Hill may need to keep an eye on this because he hasn't had much luck in the start to this match, struggling to settle on what is a huge moment for him.
56.
But don't get in touch if you're sort of top of the local Super League, because we want it to be competitive. Name reward, you will have a night with us on a Saturday here
Mike, you
at the
require
Super
60.
Series.
Left or right? Not there, not straight above. Left or right, Mike?
20.
Not listening, Murph.
Jack, you
But
require
it gives Jack
90.
a chance. It has to stay straight, though, and that has been a problem so far in this game.
And there's a bit of an experience for you. Should have been darts at the 20 there.
27.
Trouble 20, double
Mike, you
15,
require
20, 20
40.
ball.
We're going to
Game
just
shot
allowed
in the
to
second leg.
win that
Mike
one at a
Gillett.
canter. See him, Jack Hill, shaking his head there.
And if you want to join us on
Third leg is
Saturday
Jack
night,
to throw
you
first.
can.
Game
Each and-
on.
Well, pretty much each and every Saturday night, 50 weeks of the year. You can,
46.
if you're this tech savvy, with your QR code scanner on your phone, you can give that a scan, or you can get in touch via
140.
www.dartshop.tv. It's just £1 booking fee for the ticket. Doors open at 6:30 on London Road here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Play gets underway
58.
at 7:30. Don't panic if you didn't catch it that time. We'll stick it up again a little bit later.
41.
If you're watching on our local pub side that fancies a bit of fun, tweet
45.
us at MSS Darts, or one word.
Well, look, and there's also a surefire way to come and qualify for these events through the ADC system, just as Jack Hill himself has.
180.
Information available at their websites and social media.
Yeah, Darts Atlas and Amateur Darts Circuit.
80.
Brilliant 180 from Gillett. But
Mike,
yeah,
you
if
require
we're going around the pubs,
140.
you never know. You might get scouted as well.
Yeah. Although if you're that good, you probably won't be allowed to play.
We've had a few, haven't we, that were sort of filling in and were availably local and have gone on to be regulars.
Yes.
72.
Well,
134.
right back in the beginning, that's pretty much all we
Mike,
could
you
use.
require 68.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, in the very beginning, of course, it was throwing in your front room, wasn't it, or your bedroom? Goes the 16s route, so 52. And tops.
48. Jack, you require 138.
We've got a great competition to mark. 3 years since the MODUS
58.
Online stuff started. Head to our
Mike, you
social
require
media page.
20.
The pinned tweet on Twitter at MSS Darts gives you all the info for a VIP experience here at the Super Series.
10.
Yeah, you can have some night with us.
Jack, you require 80.
Hotel for 2 included. 10 drinks vouchers, a signed board by the finalists. And of course your tickets to the Super Series.
60. Mike, you require 10.
Might even get the Grand Tour.
Game shot and the third leg.
Well-
Mike Gillett.
Jack Hill at the moment looking like he's won a competition and is a spectator against Mike Gillett. Did get a dart there.
Fourth
That
leg
tops
is
in
Mike
that
to
leg, but
throw
you can just
first.
see-
Game on.
Some reaction. It's not an enjoyable experience so far for Hill. And I think if he's going to settle down and start to win some legs and some points, then he's going to have to turn it into that.
140.
Yeah, I mean, don't get. Listen, I love ambition, And I just want him to just enjoy the moment and soak it all in.
96.
And, like you say, use it as an experience. Earned his right to be here.
123.
They only play 8 matches apiece in this group, don't they? And Mike Gillett, having played
41.
2 of the first 3, this will be a quarter of his games gone, and he's going to be in a really good position despite losing his first match, because he only lost it by 1 leg. He looks like he's going to win the next one by 4.
58.
More often than not, places are decided on leg difference. Top 3 from 5 go through in this group
137.
B. It's better.
I remember the week that you played, and Paul Nicholson played the same week, and I wanted to run into the practice room and get hold of him, because he was visibly getting annoyed and deflated, a bit similar to the way that Jackie's in this match. Yet, because there were 2 or 3 players that were struggling, he was still right in it, and it was almost like
45.
he didn't realise that,
Yeah.
because he wasn't happy with how he was playing.
Require 80.
Double 10 here would wrap up a whitewash
Game,
win.
shot, and the
Hill
match.
will not be
Mike
happy with his
Gillett.
start to life at the Super Series. It's a lesson from Mike Gillett, who wins it 4-0 and gives him some words of encouragement after the match as well. Good to see from Gillett, an arm around the shoulder. But maybe Hill just needs to try and relax a little bit more, enjoy the experience, and see if that can bring out his best. Mike Gillett, though, got 4 of the best and picks up his first 2 points of the night. Coming up after the break, it's Cam Crabtree against Sean McDonald. One of their unbeaten records will stay intact.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Available 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year, the MODUS Super Series, and you can join us every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scan the QR code or head to dartshot.tv. Before the break, we saw Mike Gillett beat Jack Hill 4-0. Next up for us is Crabtree and McDonald with Chris Murphy and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, it is a battle between two players who won their first matches in different circumstances. It looked like Crabtree was going to breeze to victory against Mike Gillett, but in the end, it was won in a last leg decider against a throw as well. Sean McDonald in the end did breeze to victory against Arian Conterman, but that doesn't tell the full story of that match. Both players missing darts at double across the first 3 legs of the game. McDonald, though, ultimately with a 4-1 win. And since then, Gillett has joined the pair on 2 points after a 4-0 victory against an unsettled debutant in Jack Hill.
And welcome to those joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, your chosen bookmaker app, or of course, if you're watching outside of the UK on our YouTube.
First leg is Cam to throw first.
Maybe
Game
somebody
on.
just joining us after the completion of the Premier League, and congratulations to the Asp, Nathan Aspinall, defeating it out of sorts. Price in the final.
140.
Well, we were discussing in the break and contemplating how Cam may deal with the pace of this one. Not for the first time, just right of the treble 20 and in 66. Got some style, hasn't he, McDonald? Always dresses immaculately.
100.
Yeah, would give Kevin Painter a run for his money with the footwear, that's for sure. Certainly a nod to his home country and the attire as well.
100. $97.
Don't forget to get in touch at MSS Darts if you want to join in the conversation. Let us know your thoughts on this week's action, who you think might make it through to Champions Week. And next week is the last week. We'll reveal the players very soon, in fact.
58.
I think we'll do that tomorrow.
Cam, you require
For
164.
the last week. But I'll give you a little clue. There are a couple of very, very familiar names
94.
to regular viewers of the Super Series. You're not up to your old tricks again, are you, next week?
No, no. No, we're going to Holland, pal.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
Can't even get rid of me there.
We don't need to be there till Friday, mate. Get through on Wednesday, fly back to Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm sure Matt Porter would love that.
54.
Okay, I would have loved to have seen that go in.
Sean, you require
Look at
137.
those ones and twos. Beauties, aren't they? Blue and brown to match the outfit and the belt.
Went for the 16s. Now, many having hit that 57 would have gone tops there. McDonald had a plan in his
97.
mind before he approached the
Cam, you
hockey, but
require
maybe
16.
tops with Crabtree on 16 would have been the right route.
Game shot and the first leg. Cam
Sure.
Crabtree.
You're a proper northerner, aren't you, Murph? Ones and twos are shoes, by the way.
I got it.
Second leg is Sean to throw first. Game on.
I think it's great, and it was mainly down to Peter Wright, really. We And years ago, you had
136.
to wear black trousers, black shoes, and couldn't wear a similar coloured shirt to your opponent. Got a lot to thank
140.
Peter Wright for, because once he started with the snake bite attire, it opened things up for the rest of us. I think it's nice, a bit of individuality.
58.
Absolutely, the ability to express yourself.
I did that a few times up there.
100.
I'm saying nothing. And the players will do it in different ways, some with attire, some with attitude.
95.
Cameron Crabtree's got a certain style about him as well, hasn't he? He looks very sort of confident and, in a way, sort of, for a young man,
97.
owns that stage, looks at home there.
Yeah, it's very polished, isn't it?
Doesn't have that sort of, and he hasn't ever since he rocked up here, never had that look of sort of a rabbit in the headlights, a little bit like we saw from Jack Hill in the previous game.
59. Cam, you require
Crabtree's only
164.
experience, really, was playing online.
$92. Sean, you require
I don't know what happened to all the
153.
players that were hitting 105 and 110 averages online. They seem to disappear after everything opened back up.
Are they the ones that where the
60.
hand came in the camera shot with the
Yeah, they were
dart?
brilliant,
Cam, you
wasn't it?
require 72.
Another 16 leaves tops.
He was just checking it, wanting the treble. Tops for 2-0.
52.
Well, I think he's dealt with it well
Sean,
so
you
far, the
require
pace.
93.
Playing a decent stand. You can just see him looking around. He's kind of slowed down his own strut a little bit. But McDonald will get 2 goes at double 18.
57.
You could hear and see how close that was.
Cam, you require 20.
Another thing, well, I'll come on to it after this visit, that has impressed me. We'll get Mason's
Game
opinion
shot
on
and the
this, and the
second
visit's
leg.
over because
Cam
Crabtree has landed the double. Now, when Ali and Conterman played Sean McDonald, one thing I did notice is that
Third
as
leg is
soon
Cam
as
to throw
McDonald
first.
had
Game
departed the
on.
hockey, he was racing there. Cam there actually waited until he got halfway back before he stepped forward himself.
Yeah, I think he's on the quiet, a bit of a student of the game. And
100.
listens to a lot of commentary and watches a lot of darts and listens and watches. That's why God gave us 2 eyes, 2 ears, and only 1 mouth.
Well, half of the fallouts
58.
in professional darts could be solved if you just waited for your opponent to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Think back to that famous one at the Grand Slam now 5 years ago.
93.
Yeah, yeah, but then I also love that free-flowing, pacey game where it's almost like the players are just walking around in a circle. It's that quick, and normally it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I had one
92.
involving Price and Van Gogh at the recent Euro tour, and Price actually almost landed a dart on his shoulder as he was walking back, but there was no
140.
animosity between them after it because they both want to play at that pace.
Yes.
$99.
And Crabtree there. Again, it looks like he's sort of left himself on a bogey, but as May said, a student of the game, and his opponent couldn't have left a
96.
finish, so he just carried on throwing at the treble 20. No need to ensure leaving like a 170 if you're not going to go for it, and we know from yesterday he wouldn't go for it if he didn't need to. And when he did need to, he got it.
23. Cam, you require 72.
This time it's 72 that he's after.
Time on his side.
Game shot and the third leg.
This is a
Cam
very
Crabtree.
good performance that's improving leg on leg. Leg 1, 17. Leg 2, 16. Leg 3,
Fourth leg is
15.
Sean to throw
So,
first. Game on.
14 darter incoming.
Yeah, really accomplished display from the 19-year-old, and maybe a name you darts fans at home need to remember. Take note of it.
93.
The influx of talent that's just coming through.
140.
Angles, really. The PDC Development Tour, the ADC, the WDF, certain affiliated tours overseas as well. That's what secures the future of the MODUS Super Series, because there are only ever 128 tour cards available.
Yep.
58.
As I've said many times before, this place should be utilised by the PDC for some of their lesser experienced and lower ranked players to get some stage experience under the lights, an opportunity to keep afloat financially. Common sense, no doubt, will eventually prevail.
81.
I understand totally. Protecting their brand. Well, that really is the top 32 in the world, isn't it? Maybe stretch to top 50, maybe stretch to the top 64, but
yeah, it depends, doesn't it? I think that it comes when players who are in that sort of 65 to 128 bracket start making the decision not to go and get tour cards, because they know that if they can play in this and they can go to Q School to get on the Challenge Tour, then
27.
More of a
Cam, you
living
require
doing that.
142.
well, of course, there always seems to be that opportunity now that if they are high up in the order of merits, they get invited anyway into the Pro Tour, so they're getting the best of.
I mean, I have for a long time actually shared the same opinion as you, that I think predominantly Q School is now at a point where it should be the qualifying school to play on the Challenge Tour, with a handful of players getting the golden ticket to the Pro Tour.
Yep. I think it's just a fair
140.
a player over
Cam, you
a
require
huge sample,
97.
not a few days.
It may come.
Well, they're a constant. Oh, hello.
77.
Yeah, they're a constant evolving force, aren't they?
Sean,
So
you require 102.
they never really sit on their hands.
Well, Cam Crabtree was 3-0 up in his first match. He just missed the match start to win this one 4-0.
Rightly going for the bigger target.
82.
Almost rewarded with the tops.
Cam, you require 20.
Yeah, no need to risk going for the bullseye there. Small target, but
Game.
didn't get the
Shot.
tops, and is
And the
toppled.
match. Cam
4
Crabtree.
zip by Cam Crabtree, who was very impressive in that one. 93.94 the average for the 19-year-old in that game. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, including a 72 checkout. Almost produced a double-double party piece to win it as well, but did indeed win it 4-0. And he is the one who keeps his perfect start to Group B alive. Coming next, it's a second outing of the evening for both Arian Konterman and Jack Hill.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So Cam Crabtree has sealed a 4-0 success over Sean McDonald with a second 90-plus average of the night. Well, we reached the halfway stage of our evening now as Ian Conterman takes on Jack Hill, watched by the two Chris's.
Thank you, H. Yep, and, well, Conterman will most definitely want to right the wrongs from his start this evening. He was very disappointing by his high standards. We've seen plenty of highs from him this week, but that wasn't one of them. Murph in the last match for him, averaged 78, 1 from 9 on the doubles in a 4-1 defeat to Sean McDonald.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of highs from him, you're right, but we've also seen a few lows, and that was one of
First
them.
leg is Ariane to throw first. Game on.
It's been a bit of an all-or-nothing week for him. There's not really this sort of steely competitiveness. If he loses the first leg or 2, then expect him to lose the rest. If he wins them, expect him to win the rest.
Yeah, there's no real B game there for him. And that's just, again, that's something to work on. That comes with experience and understanding your own game more and playing more.
93.
However, based on what we saw from his opponent in the first match, he should be able to get over the hill.
85.
You will hoping you don't get to hill.
82.
It was a very, very nervy start, but I think the thing that we both observed from Jack Hill, and I think you just got a glimmer of it there with that first start and the reaction, was that he
45.
seems to have turned up here expecting to perform exactly as he has in a very different environment, and when it's not working, he's reacting.
Yeah, and listen, we've seen players
99.
with way more experience than him come here for the first time, or in Southampton, and struggle. That's just the nature. It's a completely
58.
different environment
Ariane
to
require
anything you ever would have
170.
played in. And I'm sure the standard of players around him, all of it will
97.
feel quite intimidating. And he wouldn't be human if he didn't, even down to which way to walk after throwing the darts and the computerized
40.
scoring, a referee. You know, he's only
Ariane
played
requires
Super League in the
73.
last 12 months.
33.
And there's a bit of a hiding place, isn't there? I know, you know, you're playing in events where other people are, so it sounds daft to say that, but when you're playing in an ADC qualifier or a Super League, there's other stuff
41.
happening around the place, isn't there?
Ariane require
All eyes are on
40.
him, and he knows it.
And his absolute silence, the cameras are there, playing, and even down to that, I remember,
Game shot and the first leg.
you know, that you can
Ariane
watch it on
Conterman.
TV, but until you're actually there and, you know, seeing all the cameras and the lights and the,
Second leg is Jack to throw first.
just a whole
Game
package.
on. $93.
and then I've got the pressure of family and friends watching as well, and it's tough.
Yeah, and there'll be people watching at home knowing that he can do much better than he
125.
can. Look, he won an ADC qualifier to get here. It wasn't a raffle ticket that he won, and he
60.
has to be capable of more than he's showing so far, and his reaction suggests that he knows that as well. But it becomes a vicious cycle.
96.
Yeah, and it will become mentally destructive to not just try and relax and try a different tack.
100.
Even there, really good first start, was unable to follow it, but 100 he should take at the moment, and looked annoyed with it.
85.
He's in with a shout in this leg. Another ton.
58. $137.
Much less of a shout now. Great setup shot from Conterman.
Yeah, 58 left after 12.
Is it fair to say that Conterman is what we can describe as a front runner?
58.
Well,
Ariane, you require
yeah.
58.
Can you exactly sum that up perfectly? A little earlier.
38.
Come on then, Jack.
Jack, you require
That should
132.
give you a lift and make you smile.
Still on. No longer. Needed the treble 19, and it would have been a case of hit the O, Jack.
52. Ariane, you require 20.
Contement. Double 10 to
Game
claim the
shot
leg.
in the
He doubles
second
his
leg.
lead. He breaks
Ariane
the throw.
Contement. Third leg is Ariane to throw first. Game on. $100.
Deserved a little more there. First 2 darts buried on the top wire.
One thing I will say is that
59.
if he is starting to feel down about things and a little lost, a little upset about how things are going, he could not be in a better practice room tonight.
58.
Jack Hill, I went through there earlier. You get different dynamics, don't you, in practice rooms? It's just about the friendliest, nicest practice room I've ever walked through.
Yeah.
134.
To support, and as we've seen earlier, just put a little arm around him and reassure him.
85.
It's a little quieter than the week we had yourself, Dudbridge and O'Shea all in there. Nice, I have
50.
to say.
Yeah, it was a little more lively.
58.
Just see there a little response from Hill to an opening. Wants to walk through the door, but
82.
evidently putting pressure on himself to do so.
$140.
And again, the experience there of Consummate. Didn't panic, although this is better. Some pressure on that 60.
100. Ariane, you require 60.
That's awkward, isn't it?
Game
Wow.
shot in the third leg.
Works around what
Ariane
looked like a
Contement.
blocker to us from this angle. 17 dart hold.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Contement on the verge of reversing that -3 leg deficit in the table
55.
after a 4-1 defeat in game number 2 against Sean McDonald.
140.
We had that 4-3 in the opening match of the night, but it's looking like a hat-trick of 4-0s here to follow a 4-1.
81. 57.
4-1, the one that Mace mentioned against McDonald, then Gillett beating this man 4-0 and Crabtree beating McDonald by the same scoreline.
60.
He looks a little more settled. I know he's 3-0 behind, but there's not
44.
as many erratic darts so far in this one.
Do ambitions change? Do you think he maybe turned up thinking, oh, what if I were to go and win it? And then now he's thinking, right, let's just work on getting the first leg, and then it's getting the first win and so on.
80.
Yeah, I think. Well, we see it so often with a player that, even at pro level, that it doesn't work out for when they're a
100.
long way behind in a match and they reach that point where they just relax and go to default mode and then begin to produce their best stuff. Often it's left too late, but we've seen some incredible comebacks over
59.
the years.
Yeah, it's
Ariane,
funny,
you
isn't it?
require
Sometimes
160.
when they get back in the match, then they tense up again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you reach that point where you've almost made the comeback, and then you then go
40.
back to how you started the match. It's quite bizarre. He's a little frustrated there. He's left a bogey.
Yeah, he hit a single 19 last start of the previous visit, so could have avoided that.
134.
To lead 32.
Ariane, you require 120.
Does he get a go? That's tricky. Well, there was a little
60.
thought in my mind of two bullseyes
Jack,
there.
you require 32.
Pick up his first leg of the night.
Game
Well done,
shot
son.
on the fourth leg. Jack Hill.
Well, that will be a nice little settler
Fifth leg is Ariane to throw
For
first.
Jack Hill,
Game
who-
on.
in that first match against Mike Gillett. Only had one dart at double. You've got to take
92.
the positives, and he's 1 out of 3 for the evening. That's not a bad strike rate.
It should give him plenty of confidence just to kick on a bit here.
60.
2 on the top wire, not a million miles away.
59.
This is the halfway match of the night. 5th game of 10. Mike Gillett against Sean McDonald
60.
follows it. Crabtree takes on Conterman in what, well, I thought the start of the night might be the match of the night, but actually right now I can't really see anybody
100.
giving Crabtree much of a game.
No, and looking at the opening match from Conterman, okay, he may have not liked the pace, but there's nothing wrong with the
100.
pace here of Jack Hill, and Conterman's only averaging 81 at the moment.
130.
Well, beautiful visit there. He had a go at 120 for the match, didn't he?
55.
Yeah, block the
Ariane
treble.
require 120.
This time he's got all the darts he needs, and he's in the treble. And the single. And
Game,
the double.
shot, and the
Does
match.
the job.
Ariane
Frustration
Conterman.
for Jack Hill, but he did get a leg to his name. That's the first step for Jack Hill. Ariane Conterman hoping to take more steps towards finals night. A 4-1 win to basically cancel out the 4-1 defeat that he had in his opening match. A 120 checkout to seal the job. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Hill off the mark in legs, but Conterman off the mark in points. When we return, Mike Gillett will be back to take on Sean McDonald.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have reached the halfway house in our evening. Chris Mason is alongside me to assess and reflect on what we've seen so far this evening. Before we do that, let's have a check of the Group B table at the halfway point. It's Cam Crabtree, the only player to have won both his matches so far, doing so on both occasions with 90-plus averages.
Yeah, he's made a solid start to the evening, hasn't he? 2 90-pluses. Did that a couple of times across Group A when he tends to get his eye in, he tends to follow it in with another good performance, and he's the one that settled the quickest of everybody tonight. A little bit disappointed with Konterman. Two matches down, averaging just 80, which is some way off the pace. Let's put it that way. He's where I expected. I expected to be where Crabtree is right now, but not to be. Mike Gillett as well in a big game with Sean McDonald. One of them two is going to join Cam on 4 points.
We expected big things from Ian Konterman tonight, but it's also fair to say that during the Group A campaign, we also saw some performances like that.
Yeah, well, we spoke about it right at the top. Doesn't have much of a B game. When he's on, he's on. When he's off. But when that happens, I'm not sure he knows, and that's something he just needs to address and work on. That's all you can do. Listen, he's got ability. We've seen 100-plus averages from him. We've seen big finishes. We've seen lots of 180s. So it's not down to ability. It's more of a psychological thing and an application thing.
As for Mike Gillett, he's kind of been the proverbial solid 85, 87 the averages. That's what's going to do damage in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a good, solid, steady player that does have levels, but his B game is probably the most solid of what we've seen so far.
Well, he's coming up next. He's going to be taking on Sean McDonald, our 6th game of the evening. And even at this point in the group, these games begin to get quite important. Yeah,
absolutely. You want to win at least half of your matches. It's going to keep you in the mix going into the Friday. So whoever wins this one, irrelevant of what happens after that, will feel relatively happy with their night's work.
Well, let's get it on. This man is going to head over to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As we get ready to get Game 6 of tonight's 10 underway. Sean McDonald, the man on the hockey now. Unmistakable throwing star, that robotic, methodical approach, taking on the more free-flowing left-hander in the Welshman Mike Gillett. Scotland's Punisher McDonald, 37 years of age, played, as we mentioned earlier, at the inaugural WDF World Championship. The Aberdeen ace looking to repeat his first match of the night rather than his second. Won the opener 4-1 against Ian Konterman. Lost the second game 4-0 to Cam Crabtree, and it was, pretty much written that it would be Gillett, Crabtree and Konterman getting through this group, but it is Sean McDonald who could be the spoiler.
Yeah. So
first leg, it's Mike to throw first.
He's going to be up against it here. I like the look of Mike Gillett, and experience and data tells me that he tends to improve as the night goes on. One thing that won't bother him here is the pace. He was the 4-6 favourite, 11-10. Sean McDonald. That was well before the off.
97.
Don't think much changed.
$82.
Oh, unlucky.
120.
Dangling dart from Sean McDonald, and it couldn't swing its way into a segment.
$140. $60.
Pretty certain that they would have crossed paths before this pair. It's difficult to find records of some of the earlier
45.
rounds of WDF open events, etc. But I'm sure they know each other well.
Yeah, I do recall them clashing a few times down in Southampton. They'll currently have on hand
140. Mike, you require
older notes.
151.
Yeah, there's part of me that wishes I'd collated and kept historic notes of the Super Series and Live League before it, but I need an extra room in my house.
Sean, you
to store
require
them all.
84.
We do remember things, though, as McDonald looks at the ball here. And didn't he have that incredible feat of losing his
39.
first 7 games and then going on
Mike, you
to
require
reach the
64.
final on the Saturday? In fact, the grand final, wasn't it?
Yes.
48.
Well, real opportunity now.
Sean, you require
Sean
45.
McDonald to get a break of throw and lead 1-0. Bit of a pattern so far tonight for Mike Gillett. Either pins it in one dart or there's a little chase about.
13.
Gets another opportunity to hold.
Mike, you require 16.
Well, how about this time? Can Gillett kill it?
No
Well,
score.
he killed it all right, but not in the way I meant.
Sean, you require
Well, it's-
32.
16, but got a double in our game.
So double 16. The Big Mac.
Game shot and the first leg. Sean McDonald.
Loving it.
Second leg is Sean to throw first. Game on.
Breaker throw as well for the Scotsman. As we said, I mean, he did lose 4-0 to Cam Crabtree, but don't let that you think he's out of the picture, because Crabtree has been a cut above the rest tonight. And McDonald could actually end up with
60.
wins against both Kunterman and Gillett, and you would expect him to beat Jack Hill without any disrespect at all. So 6 points from the first night, and you're
57.
sitting pretty.
Yeah, I think winning half your games is minimum requirement, but still puts you right in the mix on Friday night.
79.
Have you seen anything yet from anybody in the 2-day groups
93.
that you think someone can threaten Landman Saturday?
Not so far. Not to the levels he was playing at for the greater majority of the time in Group A. He's brought that fabulous
60.
run last Saturday where he lost in the final of a Pro Tour. And then the very next day, he lost to Zonneveld 6-3, but averaged just shy of a ton. And he's just brought
95.
that here.
Yeah, well, I was covering that Pro Tour actually, and
Yes, you
the
were.
irony was that he played with Ratajski in the final. He, of course, won not just one, but 3 Pro Tour titles without having a tour card.
Yes.
And that was what Landman was one game away from doing, winning one without a tour card. And only
98.
Joe Mernon,
3 players have ever done it. Yeah, Ratajski's one, Mernon's one.
Scott Williams.
Scott Williams is the other. Well done.
Thanks.
Scott Taylor once got close.
Yes.
30.
He will be at our Champions Week.
If he plays Littler in the final and they both produced what they did in their respective finals to reach Champions Week, we could be in for an absolute thriller.
94.
Both players averaging 109.31.
Yeah, petition to increase the format if that's the case.
Yeah. Just lock the doors and say, you just carry on
80.
playing until we say enough's enough.
Sean, you require 110.
So for 2-0. been a very interesting watch in how players have approached playing Sean
54.
McDonald tonight so far.
Mike, you
Cam
require
Crabtree dealt with it
146.
expertly.
And he's outside of Jack Hill, the least most experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. Adrian Conterman didn't. And Mike Gillett, well, I've not seen too much difference in his demeanour or his approach, but he's putting in
His
56.
level
Bit of a stinker of
yeah,
performance.
His level
Sean,
of
you
play
require
is
56.
well below what we anticipated. When you look at his averages, 88 in his opener, and then he backed that up with an 86 in match number 3 in a 4-0
Game
win.
shot in the second leg. Sean McDonald.
In a world of trouble here.
And McDonald isn't having to play well.
No.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first.
He's
Game
halfway
on.
there. And Mike better get on his bike.
We'll be pedaling up a hill.
81.
And speaking of which, a couple of games left for Hill. And look, there was an incremental improvement for Jack Hill from his first game to his second.
Well, that dynamic you spoke of in that practice room, when I went up to have a chat with
57.
Henry, they were all giving him support and saying, look, there's your first leg. Next thing is to get 2 legs and then win a match. And they were all supporting him and
77.
giving him their own little bits of advice, which I thought was lovely to see.
Yeah, although Phil Taylor used to do that to new players and then beat them up, didn't he?
Well, no, what he used to say is, oh, do you fancy a practice? And then he would literally absolutely demoralise you and smash you to smithereens on the practice board.
85.
I remember in my early days of being sort of involved in PDC darts in any way, being in behind the scenes at major events, and I used to see Adrian Lewis trotting over to the practice
76.
board with him, and I just think, Adrian, no, don't do it, don't do it.
And it's a totally different dynamic, of course, I used to go up and practice with Phil at the Cricketers, but then practicing with him at the venue is some completely different thing, because, again, the
59.
dynamics of the relationship would change.
Yeah.
Very much like Kevin. You could go out for a pint with him on a Thursday and play him
60.
on TV on the Friday, and it would be like he'd never met. He would just stare through you. It was incredible how he has the ability to just flick a switch.
It really is. Some really interesting tales from the practice rooms. You will hear one or two of them from a few of the players, and makes himself, and that is an interesting tale for Sean McDonald, who reacted to that, didn't he?
Oh, the tale of the tape
60.
is that
Sean,
Mike
you
Gillett
require 120.
has got his back up against the ropes. And there's a few unanswered punches.
Moving across here because he doesn't like where that's sitting. Thought if he just threw from where he stood, he might bust. Now he doesn't like where the other one's sitting. And that is
Game
an
shot and the
expertly
third
crafted
leg.
120
Sean
checkout.
McDonald.
If I had a hat, I'd take it off.
Yeah, you'll go a long way to find a
Fourth leg is Sean
A
to
more
throw
creative-
first. Game on.
120 out. Well, that treble 20 was sat right up, and what can happen there is you don't necessarily obviously throw at the treble 20, so you
59.
can end up clipping the flight, and it'll just draw the dart in, and you'll hit a 120.
Yeah, or you go so high that you end up missing the board entirely.
100.
But he showed a lot of belief and confidence in his ability there.
Well, just a reminder, you can get in touch at MSS Darts on Twitter and various social media channels. And one of the things we've been asking for on
42.
World Lookalike Day, there does seem to be a day for everything, doesn't there? But is your darting lookalikes, and we've had a few come in, and one of them is involving
100.
Sean McDonald. And while the snooker is on, do you see a little bit of a resemblance to a certain snooker legend?
Yeah.
There are a few saying that Sean Mack looks a little bit like Stephen Hendry.
Yeah. It's about a
97.
30% looking like he.
Yeah, a little bit more when he's actually at the hockey, because it's like Hendry sort of leaning over the cue, isn't it? The way he sort of eyes it. Somebody else said about a couple
9.
of players that have played here, Danny Smith and Niall Cullerton, but I'm not having that because Danny Smith is Stephen Bunting's long-lost brother. We all know that.
Yeah.
Well, 3 had to come off at some point. That wasn't the intention.
43.
No, he was looking at the 719s to leave on 70.
Another interesting question, Chris. I'm going to put this one to you. We did have the late, great Eric
45.
Bristow once on I'm a Celebrity. Elaine has tweeted in to ask, with so many reality shows, which darts players would you like to see on which TV show? I think Paul Nicholson MasterChef is one that
Yes.
certainly has to be done.
Absolutely.
Am I right in thinking you
81.
once got offered Big Brother?
I did, yeah. At the time, my life was fairly chaotic, as was my
59.
brain. Yeah, and it just reached that time. It just reached that time where it was no longer. I used to enjoy it, the early stages of Big Brother, because it was
Experiment.
yeah, it was experimental. It was normal people, and it had that element that was fascinating to see how people respond to adversity. And
124.
but yeah, I think it was that series that Jade Goody had that spat in.
140.
On reflection,
Sean,
I
you
think
require 55.
I think I made the right decision, and I couldn't do the jungle one.
Well, Mike Gillett might be heading to the diary room here.
$35.
Been voted in for another leg.
Mike, you require 48.
Yeah, I'd like to do something that involved doing just another sport maybe, or another skill set. And
Game shot and the 4th leg.
Well, there's
Mike
Gillett
Gillett.
showing his skills after surviving match darts. Yeah, when I used to play for my local
5th leg,
football
it's
team
Mike
at
to
a
throw
very
first. Game
low
on.
level. The end of the season, they always used to do with the villagers rugby team half a game of football and half a game of rugby.
140.
I've got a little fascination with the Stoltman brothers. I'm not sure if you're aware of them. They're brothers from Scotland who are in World's Strongest Man, and just the lifestyle of that
100.
and the difference. They are just incredible human beings, and what is actually involved, and the amount of food
80.
involved, and just what their life is like. I just think it'd be fascinating as just a normal person to see what's involved.
It's a great question anyway, Elaine, so do
Yes,
keep those kind of
brilliant
things
question.
coming.
What dart players would you like to see?
I think
in-
there's got to be
55.
someone who would fancy themselves on Strictly.
Yeah, gotta be. Absolutely. I'd like mind seeing Gezi in the jungle, and I do like Gezi.
100.
I'd be quite fascinating to see how he would deal with that.
I thought Eric was fantastic in
He
that.
was brilliant. He was in his element.
Bobby George has been on loads of stuff, hasn't
Yes.
he, as well?
He was in that. Was it Marigold Hotel? Or something?
58.
Yeah, the real Marigold Hotel with all sorts of famous stars. I think it involved him sort of overdoing it a little bit with
60.
Christopher Biggins.
Yeah, and the old edibles. Yeah, it was brilliant. Well, Bobby's just got such a huge personality, and he's got no filter. Let's put it that way. Says what he sees.
Well,
81.
this might be turning
Mike,
into
you
a bit of
require
a reality check
121.
for Sean McDonald, because he was breezing to victory, 3-0 up, missed the opportunity to win the match. And now Gillett is looking to do what he did in the
65.
first match, but go one better. 3-0 behind in that one, don't forget, against Cam Crabtree. Got it back to 3-all, had the darts in the decider, but ended up losing.
Yeah, to a lovely 14 darter
99.
from Cam Crabtree
Mike,
in
you
the
require
opening match.
56.
We've only got 12 darts in that decider.
16.
Another opportunity for McDonald to get over the
Sean,
line.
you require
108 this time. He's had a
108.
120. Still finish here with a treble 17. Not now. Yeah, I'd love to drive a Formula 1 car.
44.
It's on my bucket list.
Mike, you require 40.
A big open space.
Was Gillett still in this race? He
Game
is.
shot in the 5th leg. Mike Gillett.
Well, James Wade's been flying planes, hasn't he?
Yeah, 40th birthday treats.
6th leg is Sean to throw first. Game on.
Just for the viewers' sort of information, he did go supervise for some kind of flying lesson. It wasn't the easy jet over to Ibiza.
77.
Well, knowing James, if that was the case, it would be there a lot quicker.
Yeah, real petrol head himself, isn't he? Mechanic.
Yeah, him and Gary Anderson
80.
do love the old supercars.
Well, as for this pair, Mike Gillett, a teacher by trade.
Yep.
$98. $60.
Sean McDonald from Aberdeen, an accountant.
$134.
Well, both have no excuses for a miscount.
Yeah, don't get the numbers wrong. A big debate going on recently in the political sphere about whether or not maths should be taught for longer. And there have been those that said that darts should be used as a tool to teach it.
Well, how often does
128.
a mathematical equation in everyday life? You just use the calculator on your phone.
Yeah, and the problem for me with darts as well is that
81.
even for me as
Sean,
someone
you
who watches a
require
lot
64.
of darts, most of the stuff I know is not from maths, it's from memory.
Absolutely right. Who very rarely actually count. Just repetitive knowledge.
Well, I know he needs double 8 now.
You didn't take 48 off of 64, did you?
56.
Absolutely not.
Mike, you require 140.
He didn't get what he needed in the end, but he will half expect to return. Well, that expectation now becomes hope. And his hope is answered.
100. Sean, you require 8.
Double 4 for a second win from 3 matches for Sean McDonald. On his first appearance at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Game, shot,
And it is
and the match.
a
Sean
strong start,
McDonald.
really, to life at the Live Lounge. Both players shaking their head, not too happy with the performance level, but Sean will be more than satisfied with the result. A 4-2 success for the Scotsman to move on to 4 points in the Group B table. He defeats Mike Gillett coming next. It's a man who's won both of his games so far and is looking like the man to beat. Cam Crabtree, the man tasked with beating him, Alien Continent.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Sean McDonald got the better of Mike Gillett by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us is Cam Crabtree in action, looking to make it 3 wins from 3 on his opening night's action. He takes on Ian Conterman, being watched by the 2 Chris's.
Thanks very much, Henry. Yeah, there was a time when we thought this might be a battle between the 2 players fighting out for top spot. That time was before a dart was thrown tonight, and since the darts have been thrown, well, it's been all about Cam Crabtree. 2 performances of the highest quality, a 4-3 win against Mike Gillett and a 4-0 win against Sean McDonald, both of them averaging more than 90, closer to 94 in the latter. And Ian Conterman, despite winning one of his 2 games, has been a shadow of some of the stuff we saw in Group A.
Yeah, he's in terms of running averages after 2 apiece, he's over 10
First leg is
points
Cam
adrift,
to throw
which
first. Game on.
it's going to take some making up if they play to type, but my experiences has told us, and certainly the nature of
100.
the Conterman game, he can all of a sudden hit the afterburner and run through a match.
92.
Looking at what we've seen and just going off and playing to type so far this evening, it's more of the game you'd think for
100.
Crabtree to lose.
Previous match, 6 legs took just little under 21 minutes.
45.
I think if this one goes the distance, it'll be done in less than 15.
58.
I agree.
2 players will just get on with it.
Yeah, 2 of the quicker players this week.
54.
Nothing wrong with the weather. Just, I was going to mention at some point, maybe see if we can get a side shot of the
93.
Crabtree stance, but I just noticed it there. He raced to the hockey and he leaned forward so fast. I mean, I'd struggle to stay standing up if I did that. But it's a really pronounced lean forward, isn't it?
Well, for me, I thought after Conterman playing 3 mornings on the spin,
150.
he had a bit of time off yesterday after the morning session, and then had all of today off. I expected him to come back really refreshed and revved up and ready to go.
80.
His drop in levels this evening is alarming.
96. Cam, you require 70.
Yeah, maybe he's just a morning person.
Do they exist?
Game shot in the first leg.
Well,
Cam Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree is giving him and everybody else a rude awakening in this group.
Second leg is
I
Ariane to
am
throw
one of the
first.
people
Game on.
that is pretty glad that we don't have to be morning people on Fridays anymore.
Yeah, that was pretty horrific.
140.
When that change was implemented, I think we were all relieved, as were the players, of course.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 viewers were a little bit disappointed it
60.
become part of their routine. I know the type, the ones that are supposed to be working, and they're watching us instead.
120.
I just think how much more productive your morning will be.
Yeah, and then you can get an early finish on a Friday. They still do that? Lunchtime finishes on Fridays, or do we all just have to work till we drop these days? Watch the rest of the action live on, well, YouTube from 1, and then Sporty Stuff TV join the broadcast at 3 for the conclusion of
58.
Group C, and then same again for this group Friday night, 10 p.m. on both of those outlets.
What normal people do on a Friday, I have no clue, Murph. I've not been a normal person for a while.
85. $58.
I can speak on behalf of 2 of my pals that seem to be open early on a Friday. Both in the building game.
40. Ariane, you require 125.
Well, that could be an important dart on the floor there, because he's not taking out this 125, just a single 20, and he
83.
only needs one treble.
Cam, you require 136.
Yes. Double 8. Knit one, pearl one.
Game
Perfect.
shot in the second leg.
Well,
Cam Crabtree.
that is a fantastic reaction to the bounce out there, because he needed two trebles. He got them both and the double. Heavenly darts tonight from Cam Crabtree.
Third leg is Cam to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what they're chuckling about.
Both see the funny side of that. Got to know each other very well this week. And again, I was speaking to Kevin. He said he really enjoyed Group A. Some real good lads in there. The atmosphere was always a pleasant one in the practice room.
57. $64.
Well, I did get a bit of flack regarding the Aces Aka, but I think that's the third one in 4 days that has landed.
180.
Second one of those that have landed in this match for Cam Crabtree. Well, credit where it's due. I must say, you are starting to sound a little bit like Matthew Edgar now with the self-praise. No, not quite at that level yet.
I hope Crabtree's given himself plenty of praise. So far, this has been solid.
Now, I will say in Mace's
54.
defence, actually, that a lot of his selections this week have flown in the face of what the bookies have been saying. So you should have earned yourself a nice bit of value. 18 plus, gamble responsibly, begambleaware.org.
Yeah, I'm pleased when the fun stops. Please stop. Only gamble you can afford to lose.
134.
Ultimately, that's what's going to happen. Another super visit from Cam Crabtree, down to 76 after 12.
134.
15 darter
Cam,
in the
you
last
require
leg
76.
to lead 2-0.
Yeah, he's just in complete control, isn't he, of everything he's doing.
56. Ariane, you require 46.
This is an improved performance from Continent. Right on cue. But in terms of a scoring average, because that was his first start at a double, but prior
30.
to making a bit of a pig's ear of that, he was
Cam,
averaging
you require 20.
93.
Yeah, you could see the reaction as well. It was a mess of a miss
Game
because it
shot
meant
on
he
the
didn't get a
third
second
leg.
dart
Cam
double.
Crabtree.
But part of me thinks the reaction was he knew that Crabtree was more than likely to pounce.
Yeah.
Fourth leg is Ariane to throw first. Game on.
Continent, who was my pick to be one of the front runners in this
58.
Group B, in a world of trouble. He has one more match to play, and it's against Mike Gillett, and for me,
59.
it's a must-win game.
Who'd have thought we'd have been saying that at the start of the night?
140.
But the leg difference is, I mean, he had a 4-1 win as well, but could be a 4-0 defeat to compound a 4-1 defeat earlier in the evening.
56.
Well, he got those legs back, didn't he? And now he's going to put himself right back in that position. Unless he can produce a
81.
worldy fight back.
Don't forget, this is the man who was going toe-to-toe with Chris Landman earlier in the week and
Yes.
got to the point where he could have beaten him and replaced him at the top of the table
140.
just yesterday.
$121.
Well, again, he's going to get an opportunity.
$82. Ariane, you require 101.
That's the opportunity, I think, to start on the 19s
49.
on that occasion with
Cam, you
on
require 164.
164, and I'll tell you why in a moment, because 19 leaves the 82 if you miss the treble. You can then
98.
go for the ball because if you hit a 25,
Ariane, you require 52.
single 17 allows you 3 darts at tops.
Yeah, now he's only got 2.
Game shot and the fourth
Does
leg.
only need
Ariane
them in the
Conterman.
end. It does avoid a whitewash. But Crabtree has the darts for 4-1.
Fifth leg is Cam to throw first. Game
There
on.
is some really... We talk about checkouts at the lower end and that 82 going for the bull, etc. But there is some
45.
thinking to be done at certain times, and a lot of the time it's about where your opponent is in the leg.
Yes. Yeah, there's a time and a place for
125.
certain shots and certain sequences of shots.
You mentioned Crabtree as a student of the game, and I've watched it earlier tonight as he's recognised the fact that his
60.
opponent can't leave a finish, therefore hasn't bothered to try and leave one himself because he'd prefer just to throw at the treble 20, and that's absolutely legitimate, if not the right thing to do.
100.
It's a tough enough game anyway at the best of times without overcomplicating it. Why worry about leaving a 170 when you have no intention of,
87.
or there's no reason to take it out? And sometimes it can just hinder your progress and your thinking. And you end up overthinking.
40.
You'll start on 19s, and rightly so. 140 leaves 169, a no finish.
Yeah, that's one of the occasions, isn't it? If
99.
it's a different part of the leg, his opponent can't leave a finish, doesn't have to bother going down there.
Correct. I'd rather see a 140 go in on that occasion and then worry about a 137 to leave a double.
140.
Well, you wouldn't mind a 140 going in here. That will do
134.
just as nicely.
Ariane, you
A
require
2
96.
treble visit, pressure in the 96. Double incoming surely. Tops.
76.
He falls short.
Cam, you require 76.
Look at a 136. Tops for a 76 and game.
Resets.
56.
Doesn't do the trick.
Ariane, you require 20.
Is there life in this fixture
Game
yet?
shot
Yes,
and the
there
fifth
is.
leg.
Conterman.
Ariane
It's all of a
Conterman.
sudden become competitive.
He's back in it. Had some exclusive
Sixth leg is
news
Ariane to
from
throw
behind the
first.
scenes
Game
here
on.
from one of our sort of, well, I was going to say beady-eyed, but it's more about ears, this production team, that this pair
100.
apparently were singing along to a song from Dirty Dancing in the practice room earlier on. I've had the time of my life.
123.
They do seem to have formed a bit of a bond. You can see between them there's a real sort of
134.
in this game. Of course, both want to win it.
59.
For one of them, it'll be dirty darting, won't it?
$92.
Cam is the baby of the group. Is Conterman going to put him in the corner?
Very good.
61.
You have to say as well, if you are a prospective player that's going to come here and play the Super Series, our commentary position is next door to the practice
135.
room, so you have been warned.
$60.
For a level game.
Ariane, you require 40.
3 on the spin.
$30.
Well, it's one of those visits where it's ended up worse than where it started.
Yep.
And Crabtree is the kind of player who thrives on piling on the pressure.
92. Ariane, you require 10. Game shot and the sixth leg.
Did you
Ariane
notice them?
Conterman.
Well, this is very similar, isn't it, to Crabtree's first game against Mike Gillett?
Yeah, and he had to throw in the deciding leg on that occasion, and
Seventh and
Really
final
did
leg is Cam to throw
produce
first. Game on.
a stunning leg of darts, reducing Mike Gillett to just 12 darts, 4 visits to the board with darts just like this.
180.
How often did we see Landerman do just that?
45.
Yeah, in last leg decided he was sensational, wasn't he?
$45. 140.
Only now 40 adrift after being 180 adrift.
125. 140. Can you require 151?
Another 140 after this, and he'll be on a double.
59.
Maybe just a little glimmer. No guarantee that Crabtree gets to go a double here.
136.
Now, does he go ball or does he go
Can you
aggressive?
require 92?
Well, by doing that, he guarantees himself a dart at least a ball. He gets better than the ball,
76.
but he can't find the target.
Ariane, you
And
require
Crabtree
40.
could be about to be beaten for the first time. For the total tungsten turnaround. Oh, and it could not be closer.
20. Cam, you require 16.
Even when it goes wrong, it goes right for Cam Crabtree. And it
Game,
goes right in
shot,
the end.
And the match. Cam
He had
Crabtree.
to survive a scare there from his newfound friend in Adian Conterman. But it is Crabtree who takes the points. Surviving match darts in the process, almost surrendering that 3-leg lead. Well, he did surrender it at 3 apiece, but won the decider, much like the opening match of the night when the same thing happened against Mike Gillett. A brilliant 136 in there. The level was high for most of the match. Conterman, though, fought his way back, but Cam Crabtree's unbeaten record is in place. And coming next, Jack Hill looking for his first win at the Super Series when he takes on Sean McDonald.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So once again, Cam Crabtree wins a last leg decider, getting the better of Iron Compton in another game that went the distance. Well, 3 more matches to go. It begins with Sean McDonald against Jack Hill, and it's going to be watched by the 2 Chris's.
So, Crabtree just about holding on there and goes top. 3 from 3, 1 more to play. This is Sean McDonald's final game. He's currently on 4 points, so a win here will see him join Cam. Let's see if Jack can build on his match last time out. He's had a couple of games off, so an opportunity to just maybe regroup.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, he might have had a few arms around the shoulder and a few bits of advice from his fellow competitors.
First leg is Sean to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder if he might take a bit of it on board and just try and focus on the positives.
Yeah, I just want to see him just try and put a little less pressure on himself.
100.
That in turn will allow him to play with a little bit more freedom.
Like that.
140.
Just like that.
Just thinking, and I think I'm right in saying that's his first 140 of the night. Yeah, it is.
60.
So straight away, Jack Hill producing much better than he has
43.
all evening with his first visit in this leg. The one thing that he will have when playing Sean McDonald, which might not be conducive to the advice that
134.
you might like to give him, Mace, is a lot of thinking time.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
again, maybe it gives him time to just shake off the reaction.
140.
Could work both ways. Because he hadn't hit a 140 all night. Is it 2 in 3 visits now? In fact, if you are friends or family of Jack Hill, then just take a screenshot now. Use that as his little header on his social media page. 107.67.
99.
Love it.
$90. Sean, you require 108.
108. Various routes available. This is one of them. Double 16.
76.
Oh,
Jack, you
double
require
20,
88.
double 14, 2018 bolt.
I think he's going treble 16.
Well, he's got away with it there because he can still go 17 and bolt.
41.
Line was okay.
Sean, you require
Going the
32.
16 route, he wasn't guaranteeing himself a dart at the bullseye. He ended up with one, didn't he? But
Yeah, well,
he went for 90 earlier on the 18s.
yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question after this leg about your thoughts on that, because
Game shot
McDonald
and the
has
first
won
leg.
the leg, and it's
Sean McDonald.
early to sort of criticise that, and, you know, you wouldn't say it's a good idea.
Second leg,
but
it's Jack to throw first.
the fact that
Game
he's only
on.
been playing properly for 18 months, he might not have learnt these things yet.
No. And I'd like to know how much TV darts he watches, because
125.
you learn so much from there in terms of counting and playing percentages and
Because a lot of people just learn the finishes from a little slip that
Yeah,
comes with a dartboard or a set
and
of
on
darts.
that, it will say 48 tops.
Yeah, because it's got no context to the point in the match, the point in the leg. And he's just gone that route. We saw it on the 90 as well.
I mean, if he was on 108, for example, go on.
Never mind 108. What about 180?
Yeah, I mean, if he's on 108 and he's put a blocker in there, 48 tops is fine. But with 3 darts in hand, it's a bit of a no-no. Again, unless your opponent is not on a finish. And even then, it's
140.
potentially questionable. The average is even higher.
He has lost a leg in between, but has hit
52.
his first 2 140s and his first 180, all in the space of the last couple of legs.
That's progress.
And you can see, almost a smirk on his face, starting
85.
to get the sense that maybe,
Jack,
just maybe,
you require 144.
he might be enjoying the experience. He will be if he pops this as well.
Just ticking off all the
96.
boxes.
Sean, you require 136.
Well, he's going to get a chance to level. We missed the dart at the bullseye. This time it can't really go wrong.
96.
He'll
Jack,
choose
you require
16 or 8, and
48.
even if he misses, he'll hit the other one anyway.
$40. Sean, you require 40.
Shifts the wire a bit. Is that going to be a good guide? It will be if he gets anywhere near it.
20. Jack, you require 8.
Big puff of the cheeks from Jack Hill. Looking to land double 4
Game
for
shot in
parity.
the second leg.
And this has
Jack
been a
Hill.
much improved display from the ADC qualifier. Complete novice, really. Only playing darts for a year and a
Third leg
half
is Sean
to
to
any
throw first.
kind of
Game on.
significant level. Qualifying for the Super Series, struggling understandably in his first couple of outings. But this is why he's here.
99. $140.
Third 140.
And that is a first 180 of the match for
180.
Sean McDonald, matching the max from Hill earlier in the piece. Well, I'll whisper it quietly because there's still a long way
60.
to go, but this is turning into the game of the night.
Agreed.
Do you have a few of our usual correspondents getting in
82.
touch at this late hour on social media? Lee, who always seems to get in touch. Now, Lee said that he's going to be spending the first bit of his 43rd birthday with
60.
me and you, Chris. Now,
Sean, you
I
require
hate to break it
140.
to him, but we're not on in the morning, so unless he's got plans that we're unaware of, tune in from 1 p.m. Lee.
Or maybe he's on about now.
True, yeah, actually, good point. Here's another one that says Nathan Gervin is like John Stones, a footballer.
60.
But if he is on about now, then look-alike day's finished, so I'll stop reading those out, shall I?
And happy birthday.
Absolutely. Always an
45.
avid viewer of the show. Back in
Sean, you
the
require 80.
Southampton days as well. appreciated. I'm surprised he hasn't moved. But now I'm not.
40.
Yeah. So I say that alternative angle gives us an opportunity to see what the player sees. It's almost straight down the eye line.
100. Sean, you require 40.
Darts cameras can actually be deceiving, so we're very fortunate to have many of them here at the Super Series. Double 10.
Game shot and the
He does
third
lead,
leg.
2-1.
Sean McDonald.
When you think about the main camera that points at the board, it's coming from quite a low level, isn't it? So you don't
Fourth leg is
actually
Jack to throw first.
see the true
Game
angle.
on.
We bring you different camera angles to show you that. A dart that looks
140.
pretty flat in the board is usually actually pointing down to the floor.
Yeah. And we do have a new camera that will give you, well, I can't think of it being done before.
60.
I'm sure I have, but maybe not to this level, but pretty much a player's exact view.
125.
Keep an eye out for that on our social medias. And of course, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, that is where it will drop first.
Well, Jack Hill very much in this game.
78.
In his first match against Mike Gillett, 3 tons, no 140s, no 180s. Second match against Adian Conterman, 5 tons,
140.
no 140s, no 180s.
But one a leg.
In this match, look at that. 3 tons, 5 140s and a 180, and might be about to win a second leg and maybe even a match.
139.
All about baby steps.
Jack, you require 96.
Triple 20. Double 18. Can stay there.
56.
He's up tops after 12.
Very, very neat and tidy stuff from the radar, whose radar is suddenly on.
Well, we joked earlier about the average, but we're now coming to the end of leg 4, and he's still holding a very, very impressive average of 94.19.
41. Jack, you require 40.
This then for Parrotin, he's got all the time in the world. Double 10.
Game
Finds
shot on
it
the fourth leg.
And finds
Jack
himself
Hill.
all square. The best performance he's produced by far, and he's given himself every chance here of winning this
Fifth leg is
match.
Sean to throw first.
A winning leg
Game
average
on.
of exactly 100, because his 2 legs have come in 30 darts, 34 darts for Paul McDonald. Everything going with throw.
96. $60.
And I think, you know, the expressions that he's given throughout the night were an indication that he could do this, because why would he
Yes.
expect otherwise?
Agreed. I think you
100.
summed it up perfectly, doing it in the pub or the club when there's so much else going on, and you know, you're just playing on the floor.
96.
Is a completely different experience. It's a lonely place up there when nothing's going right.
We'll look for different reasons other than sport. I've
84.
had a lot of chats with psychologists and the like in my lifetime, and one of the things that I think sometimes people in life and in sport are scared to do is not fail, but actually to succeed.
45.
And sometimes you get yourself into that position, and that's when you freeze, not because you're scared of failure, but because you've got a fear actually of taking that next step and how your life could change as a result of it.
Yeah, and putting yourself out there, it takes a lot of courage to have.
81.
It's okay qualifying, but it's another thing turning up and putting yourself under the scrutiny of thousands of people watching and us sat here.
Yeah, the last thing that, I won't say which player it was, the last thing that one of the players said to me when I left the practice room earlier after just getting a bit of information
140.
from them was, be nice. Because they're well aware that, you know, that they'll watch it back, their friends and family are watching. They want to be shown in the best light possible. And you even get it, don't you? Some players say, I was playing rubbish, and all I could hear in my head was
68.
what I thought you might be saying about me.
Well, I think we're both well aware of the difficulty involved and in context. You know, I like to think I'm
80.
firm but fair.
Sean, you require 72.
Yeah, look, we have fun from time to time, but that's part of the entertainment. Well, this could be a very entertaining outshot. Can't get much closer than that. Unless you do that.
Game shot and the fifth leg. Sean McDonald.
Perfect example of how you use a dart that doesn't find the target but is right next door.
Six-leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
I've had a tweet in from the one involved with the
94.
ADC in that Barnsley area, Simon Rimington, a stage referee and MC for the ADC, an official with UK DA, and he's said that it's great to see Jack improving, and he's
60.
been playing in that ADC Barnsley series. The next one is on Saturday. Already 75 people pre-registered for that.
Wow.
140.
The momentum of the ADC is just incredible, isn't it? From how it started to where it is now, the support and the growth.
Yeah, I think it won't be long before team darts is a thing of the past.
134.
Yeah, and again, I think that's just the evolution, and you know, there's still going to be those that will love their Super League and their county, but it's just so much cost involved with. I know everything's not got to be about money, but opportunity. What opportunity do you really get?
180.
13 tournaments running on Wednesday.
Up and down the country.
That 180 does put pressure on Hill, despite a much improved performance. McDonald
44.
has put in one of his better performances,
Sean,
in fact his best performance.
127.
127 in game.
Could well be.
The Hink special.
Needs the treble 19 to get a go at the ball. That's if he fancies a go at the ball.
55.
Well, do you know what? Could have left it handier.
They only get one dart per match, and there's going to be pressure on it.
He was asking if they were both in then. They're not.
100.
So he's on a similar
Sean, you require
shot
72.
to his opponent. First go to McDonald. There was a little change of heart there to leave himself on double 16.
56.
Yeah, that first dart was sat up horribly, wasn't it? It was
Jack,
it
you
blocked
require
the target,
78.
sensibly staying up.
Still on though. Still on, Jack.
No, don't go for treble 17. It's 25 and ball. Well, you got it right that time.
38.
Well, look.
Sean, you require
Improvement
16.
again. 4-0 in his first match. 4-1 in his second. And it's
Game,
a 4-2
shot,
defeat
and the match.
in his third,
Sean
but it's a much
McDonald.
improved performance from Jack Hill. And he can leave the stage with pride, even if without points. Sean McDonald takes them. And he's had A decent night in the end, winning 3 of his 4 matches, putting himself in a very good position going into the final day. That is the last outing of the evening for McDonald. Hill will be back in the final match to take on Cam Crabtree. But before that, Ian Conterman will face Mike Gillett.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yep, you can join us every single Saturday night here at the Super Series by heading over to dartshop.tv. Well, before the break, we saw Sean McDonald round his night off with a 4-2 win against Jack Hill. 2 more matches to go in our evening this evening. It sees, if I can get my words out, Ian Conterman in action up against Mike Gillett, and it sees Chris and the Conjurers. Hopefully he's not as tongue-tied as I am.
Yeah, get those teeth in, Henry. Yep, 2 more to bring you. Can Conterman build on what was a vastly improved performance against Cam Crabtree and came so close to pulling off the comeback. McDonald with that win does join Cam on
First leg is Ariane
6
to
points,
throw
but
first.
Cam is in action
Game
against
on.
Jack Hill in our final match of this session.
Yeah, well, for this pair, this is going to be the difference between an
140.
acceptable night and a bad one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoever wins it will be on 4 points and in third place in this group when all's said and done. At the halfway point, the one that loses will be outside of those
96.
provisional qualifying spots with just 1 win from 4 matches.
Yeah, I always feel after watching so many of these Group Bs and
85.
being involved in one that, well, being involved in a couple, but if you can get to 4 points relatively quickly, you feel like the pressure is off a little bit.
140.
Yeah, you feel like you can do the same again tomorrow, so you've got a little bit more to play with and you'll get through.
22.
Whereas if you've only got 1 win, you feel like I've only got really 1 life to play with tomorrow.
Yeah.
$123.
Magic number in Group B is 10 points, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've got 3 lives,
59.
haven't you?
Mike, you require
You
142.
certainly don't want to use them all up on one night. That's why I think 4 points is acceptable on night 1.
$98.
And there are 40 points to play for in the group, so 10 would get you
45.
through.
Mike, you require 44. $34. Ariane, you require 150.
When I say that, unless you're in a scenario where 4 players have 10.
45. Mike, you require 10.
I might get it once 10 here. I gets
Game
it.
shot and the first leg.
And
Mike
the opening
Gillett.
leg against the throat. This is turning into quite the calamitous evening for our young consummate.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
weirdly-
Game on.
His best match was defeat to Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, where he went 3-0 down and then reeled off 3 in 18, 17 and 17. Started the deciding leg with 45 and then hit 140, 140, 136 and then fluffed his lines to win the match 4-3.
But they were horrible
63.
darts, the first 2. Not sure why they ended up like that. But they didn't land at the right angles. They didn't land in the right segments.
100.
I
30.
don't- It's not a defeatist attitude. It may be the case where he tries too hard and begins to force everything.
Well, you say force there. I think that was almost physically
100.
evident with the last dart because he went with it. The back foot came up, the arm went off to the left. Again, it's spray and pray stuff, this.
Yeah, and the slightly quicker pace
34.
players need to play with freedom. We've seen that Michael Smith being a perfect example. That throw, to be effective, has to be effortless.
82.
I'm just trying to get himself going. Come up, he said to himself. Let's come on. For those who
85.
don't speak Dutch like I do. Well, 2 words of it anyway.
I speak a fair bit of Dutch, but none that can be repeated here on Sporty Stuff TV.
134.
Welcome along if you're just joining us, coming home from your local.
Well,
66.
I hate to say it, but Arian is all
Mike, you
over the
require
place in this
40.
leg. I think he's missed a segment more than he's hit.
Game
Credit
shot and the second
to
leg.
Gillett for just getting on with
Mike
his job
Gillett.
and doubling his lead.
Third leg is
You don't
Ariane
really
to
have
throw
any
first.
control over
Game
your
on.
opponent.
$77.
Well, in that previous leg, I was right. I just counted it. 8 of 15 throws went into
96.
the wrong segment, not the one he was aiming for. I'm not just talking about the treble, the entire number, the big number.
$60.
Just staying straight at the moment is kind of winning the battle with himself, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's lost a
125.
necessarily a much longer pulls, but you have a look at the backswing. There's a bit of a longer hold than normal.
And again, 2 more that have
27.
deviated away from the desired destination.
Looks concerned. His body language
100.
is a worry. Well, it was. I was going to say he was like this against Cam, but
38.
he wasn't. He was averaging around 90 plus, despite losing 3 on the spin. It was very much a scoring average because
82.
he didn't get a double.
Talk
44.
about advanced
Mike, you require 98.
mathematics. 299 is a great shot to discuss that on. We'll come to it in a moment. Gillett may split this.
82.
Being allowed to, because he knew that Continent can't be on a finish, because every time I've looked up, is it a 5, a 1 or a 7? Or a 3? Well, I could be really cheeky and say through that.
28.
But I won't.
Mike, you require 16.
Double 8 for Gillett for 3-0.
$12.
Yeah, it was actually a referee that taught me this, the 299 shot. So rightly going down for the 19s, a single, and you're going up for 2 treble 20s. But if you hit the treble,
60.
the next best thing to do is go for treble 18,
Mike, you require
which
4.
I was completely unaware of, but it means a treble and a single can be hit. Whereas if you go for the 20s or another 19, you still need 2 trebles. And there are probably about 3 players
No score.
that referee said they can think of that
Ariane,
do
you
it.
require
The really little known
167.
one.
Well, I suppose you have the option of staying at 18s, or if it blocks, you can go for treble 20.
Yeah.
41. Mike, you require 4.
Well, this leg's still going on after our little discussion there.
No score.
And now it's kind of catching. I mean, if Iron Continent
Ariane, you
wins
require
this leg,
126.
I think he'll be embarrassed to claim it.
$98.
Surely not.
Mike, you require 4.
Surely not. In the first 2 legs, what Gillett did really well was just get
Game
on with his
shot in
own
the
job,
third
forget what
leg.
Adian was
Mike
doing. Didn't let
Gillett.
it affect him. He does get over the line there, but my worry is that he did get embroiled a little bit.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you can see he's a little frustrated with himself that he allowed himself to get a little involved
100.
with the struggles of Continent.
$81. 55.
Gillett will want to get this game over very quickly because suddenly he's started to do some of the stuff that Conterman's been doing.
134. 140.
It sounds really bizarre to say this, but the gap in
46.
the averages now is only 17 points. It was almost 40 points a couple of legs ago. And Conterman hasn't improved that much.
59.
No, it's been a real struggle, this. Not nice to watch.
60. Mike, you require 147.
We almost got a 9-darter earlier. We'll settle for a 147, Mike.
Kieran Wilson got one in the snooker.
Gillett's got the reds. Oh,
Game,
there we go.
shot, and a match.
Fabulous
Mike
way
Gillett.
to end a bit of an odd match, really. 4-0 win for Mike Gillett in the end. A flashy finish for Gillett to complete that whitewash. Arian Conterman will look at those figures. It's a bit of a horror show for him, and he might have nightmares about it when he hits the pillow this evening. Gillett, though, in a much better position, winning half of his matches tonight. Attention now turns to a man yet to win and a man yet to lose as Jack Hill takes on Cam Crabtree.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Mike Gillett got the better of Iron Continent by 4-0. So then, one final game for us this evening, and we do like a little bit of drama, don't we, at the Super Series? And to finish off, we have Crabtree Hill.
I like it, Henry. I like it. Well, this is very much at different ends of the spectrum, top versus bottom. Cam Crabtree looking to make it a clean sweep this evening and make it 4 from 4 and pretty much put 1 foot in Saturday night's final. Disappointment tonight, has to be said, Murph. Continent.
Yeah, a bit of a shock for me that he is struggling in position 4 in the group.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Just 2
Game
points
on.
and -5 leg difference. Now, we have been looking at what he's done this week. It has to be said.
81.
Yeah, either wins big or loses big.
Yep. There's just no in between.
The one in between was the match against Landman when he got to that last leg decider and it crushed him. Followed with a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Kevin Painter. A 4-1 defeat at the hands of Cam Crabtree. Then did beat Ryan De Vrede 4-1. And then tonight...
59.
Well, it's the level of play that's the worry.
But that last one was 4-0. He lost 4-1 earlier. Did have a 4-1 win and a 4-3 in there against Cam Crabtree. But even in that, he was 3-0 down.
Yeah. And he's got
84.
a huge amount of work to do tomorrow. May have to go through the card.
Crabtree himself has been excellent.
85.
Yes, yeah, it has to be said. Averages of 91.42, then 93.94,
59.
then 86.48. So his average for the night is over 90. And that's where Landman was
59.
in winning Group A.
And Jack Hill has taken steps. Struggling at the start of the night, evidently. Couldn't get a 3-figure visit.
100.
He's getting plenty of those now. Had a 4-0 defeat in his opener against Mike Gillett. A 4-1 defeat against Contam. And then it was 4-2 against
140.
Sean McDonald. The match he was very
Jack
much in.
118.
And he's in this one against the man that he would probably least like to be playing in the curtain closer. But it's tops for the first leg.
78.
Unlucky.
Cam, you require 46. Game shot and the first leg. Cam Crabtree.
You don't get much change out of Cam Crabtree tonight.
No, not when he's in this mood. Fairly ruthless.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Only an 18 darter, but it's the fact that Jack had a dart at the double to hold.
137.
And obviously the breaker throw.
Yeah, the standard that he's going to have to produce to keep up with Cam is
96.
similar to what he did for the first 2 or 3 legs against Sean McDonald.
Yeah, which was arguably one of the games of the night.
And even then, he's going to have to
97.
take his chances. And he was close to landing top for the 118, but Crabtree made him pay.
Seven.
We were talking about potential reality TV appearances. You want 7 on Strictly, not on the dartboard.
95.
Who is the best mover in darts, mate? I'm sure you've been in a few dance floors in your time. Anyone got the moves?
100.
I could see Devon Peterson doing that.
$140.
Of course, the only ballroom they really want to perform in is the Empress one at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool.
Yeah, we're going to be there this year.
120.
Should have been a 180.
Cam, you require 32.
Should have been on a finish. Would
Game
not have
shot in
mattered
the second
anyway.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
Backs up the break with a 13-dart hold.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $85.
Well, thanks to all those that have been watching this evening and those that have got in touch at MSS Darts on
60.
social media. We appreciate all the engagement, all the viewers as well. And we will be back, of course, from 1 p.m. for the conclusion of Group C on the YouTube channel exclusively for the first
84.
couple of hours of play, the first 6 matches. And then the run-in will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m.
60.
We'll return on both of those platforms from 10 p.m. for the final half of this group.
140.
I'd have to say, if Crabtree does get 2 more legs, then he can go and extend his hotel room stay.
85.
Yeah, it's pretty much 1 foot in there. Well, 1 foot and 4 toes.
140.
Yeah, and this will be the first match, of course, tomorrow night. If he wins that on top of this, he'll definitely be there.
100.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Jack, you require 52.
But he'll still just has a chance here to win this leg. And even if he misses, he'll come back.
20.
But Crabtree has been a master of timing, and that is so often the difference. Not just in when he finishes, but when his opponent's on a finish, he's piled under pressure time after time, and he's done it again.
140. Jack, you
Now
require
after we
32.
see that at the elite level.
Game shot in the third leg.
Good dart.
Jack Hill.
Yeah, good leg. 16-dart hold.
Fourth leg is Cam to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm not sure what went on there. I think he was kind of gesturing something to himself, and Crabtree might have thought that he was doing it to him.
140.
He was sort of having a double take there. He's an animated player. We've seen that already tonight. He's actually starting to show that he's a pretty good player as
60.
well.
Seen it today as well, didn't we? From Kai Fan Lung, who was more concerned what
100.
Rand Roche was doing rather than what he was meant to be doing.
Just to highlight the improvement for Hill, he didn't have
96.
a 2 treble visit or better in his first 2 matches. He's now up to 7 in the next game and a half.
100.
And it's like the 81s have become hundreds and etc.
Yeah.
45.
Just giving Cam Crabtree something to
Jack, you
think
require
about here.
161.
Could go bull.
59.
Again, it's just that little bit of inexperience, that lack of nous and knowledge maybe.
Yep, that will come though in time.
81.
Would have been on a 2
Jack, you
darter. Instead, he'll need to use all
102.
3.
And yeah, I can compare it to really when you see the young snooker players come up against a bit of a master in terms of safety
42.
Yeah.
and they
Cam, you
could just
require
tie them up
119.
in knots. But that comes with playing and competing.
He was
79.
almost punished because we saw then on an occasion he could have gone
Jack,
bull
you
for the
require
setup. Then he
60.
did go bull. 82 left with 2 in hand. When a treble would have been a better
Game
option.
shot
But
in
in
the
the
fourth
end,
leg. Jack
he
Hill.
breaks the throw and effectively takes control of this tie. Now, if Hill can win this match, He's back in the
Fifth leg,
race.
it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Only 2 points away from third place might get it, and that is all you have to worry about.
And he will have to play him tomorrow, of course.
41.
Yeah, so there's your swing. Win that one. And all of a sudden it looks very, very different for Jack Hill.
60.
Jill will be pleased.
And it also would look a little different
58.
for Cam Crabtree, who we're saying is pretty much done and dusted. He'd have to come back and win 2 of his 4.
90.
Yeah, the sort of good news for him is that you'd still have a 4-point buffer to fourth place.
60.
Yeah.
Whether that be, well, it will be Conterman rather than Hill, but they'll be tied there. And that actually leaves Sean McDonald in a very promising position as well, doesn't it? It might well be those two going through, and if Hill were to win this, 3 fighting for third place. If he were to lose it, probably 2 fighting for third place. But we won't write off Ian Conterman because we know he's an all-or-nothing player and he could well turn up and win all 4 tomorrow.
140.
Well, we know he can play at a high enough level. He's shown us that this week. It just didn't happen for him tonight.
Can't be anyone who's had a bigger range of averages than him this week.
No, yeah, exactly.
84.
In terms of his very, very highest and his very, very lowest. I'd be amazed if there's a bigger swing somewhere.
94. Cam
Well, the last
Uruguay,
start has
167.
Put him on a very makeable finish.
57.
Be interested to see the route for this.
Jack Uruguay, 108.
He doesn't know. He's already at the hook. He hasn't made his mind up yet.
Shanghai 18s.
Didn't like the light. He stepped across there and he has still hit the dart.
I like that, though. Just confirming. That leaves 24.
84. Cam Uruguay, 110.
Well, we mentioned his timing earlier, but this is off.
Jack Hill returns.
90.
Double 12.
Jack Uruguay, 24.
3-2. And another increment of improvement.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jack Hill.
So he gets to 3, having got to none, got to 1 and got to 2.
6th leg, it's Cam to throw
Jack
first.
really is
Game
going up
on.
the hill. And Crabtree out
140.
to send him tumbling down. Is Cam the man after the crown?
100. $80.
There's been a bit of a bonkers night at the Super Series.
58.
The only thing that has been certain is Cam Crabtree winning darts matches, and that is looking decidedly uncertain at the moment.
60.
He's won 3. Sean McDonald, who against Crabtree was absolutely demolished 4-0, has won his other 3 games.
99.
Mike Gillett winning half of his, and Ian Conterman, the big surprise, only 1 win to his name, coming against Jack Hill.
140.
4-1 win. But then heavy defeats at the hands of Gillett and McDonald. Missed darts to beat
44.
Crabtree,
Cam
who
Uruguay,
here
81.
is looking to force a decider.
$49.
Chris Mason has left the commentary box in order to provide reflections and analysis on the day's action. With Henry
95.
Deacon come the close of play.
Can you require 32?
He stuck with me for the last leg decider.
Game shot and the 6th leg. Cam Crabtree.
And we do get there. Hill has the darts. But 19-year-old Cam Crabtree has
7th and final
the
leg. It's Jack to
experience
throw
and the know-how.
first. Game on.
Despite Jack being 10 years his senior, he's been playing darts for many more years than his opponent here,
60.
who just reacts to not managing to find a treble with that first visit.
41.
But it's not even matched by the league leader.
$41. $100.
Better, but it's still a rather cagey start to the end of this encounter. He seems to be reluctant to switch.
60.
All of his darts so far in this leg have missed the treble 20 low.
85.
Running out of time, needs to find a treble in this visit, you would feel. That's perfect. Again, dropping low, but good recovery.
140.
And that might just shift the balance of power in this decider.
$121.
And it's a good response. But still Hill, if he can halve his score, will have a big chance to pick up his first win.
60.
Can't quite manage it.
Cam you require 154.
Crabtree then becomes slight favourite. Smart thinking.
64.
Leaves himself on 90.
Jack you require 140. $60. Cam you require 90.
Well, it's well poised, isn't it? Does Hill get a chance? It's the ball for Cam Crabtree to complete a clean sweep. And he nails it.
Shot. And the
denying
match,
Hill
Cam
the opportunity
Crabtree.
to pick up his first victory. Crabtree makes it a fabulous 4. But a thought for Jack Hill, who at the start of the night looked like little boy lost and really, really struggled. A 4-0 defeat in his opener, then 4-1, then 4-2. He ends with a 4-3 defeat, certainly going in the right direction. But the only direction that Cam Crabtree seems to be going in is a fast train to finals night. He's won all 4 of his games and tops the Group B table. And to reflect on the night's action, Chris Mason has joined Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Well, that is some way to finish for Cam Crabtree, wasn't it?
Yeah, 4 out of 4. Job done. Pretty much guaranteed his place now in Saturday night's final. And yeah, you can just tick over tomorrow night, get that 1 win, which will guarantee his spot. But yeah, I enjoyed seeing the progression all night of Jack Hill. I think it's good to see and just see him learn so much about his own game and what it's all about up there. It's good.
Yeah, it was good to see, and I know we talk a lot about high performance levels and things like that, but there's also something so nice about watching someone improve.
Yeah, we've seen it with Stephen Johnston, didn't we? And seen how much enjoyment he got out of it. And I think that's important for Jack, is just to try and enjoy it a little bit more, and he'll probably allow himself to play with a bit more freedom, because at times tonight we've seen some really good stuff from him.
Well, let's have a look then at the Group B table at the halfway point, because it is Cam Crabtree who's going to lead the way. But Sean McDonald, who, despite speaking to me just before he left the building this evening, said he didn't feel like he was playing his best darts this evening, has put himself in a really good position on 6 points.
Yeah, that's what decent players do, isn't it? They just find a way to win and win ugly when required. I mean, the disappointment tonight it's got to be consummate. I just don't know where that level of or lack of levels have come from, because we've seen so much good stuff from him. Yes, we know he's very much an all or nothing player, but apart from one game tonight, he'll be desperately disappointed with how things played out.
As for Mike Gillett, he kind of just did what he needed to do.
Yeah, and he's right in there. We always say if on night one of Group B, minimum requirement is 2 wins to keep you in the mix, because 8 points more often than not is enough to get through this Group B.
Especially when you're in a situation such as Jack Hill. A nice uniformity to our Group B table. Well, Group C is going to resume tomorrow afternoon at the start time of 1 o'clock, and I think we're intrigued to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, it was a strange group today, wasn't it? Impressed with Kevin Painter, how he just sort of kept things together. Kai Van Lung, who went off as the 6-5 favourite to win that group, finds himself way down the table, and I'd be amazed if he manages to find a way anywhere near that top 2.
Shall we get some shot-eye?
I think so, for a couple of hours.
For a couple of hours at least. We'll see you then tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock sharp here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the continuation of Week 11.